The Ashen Saint. Prologue. The man who ended the war. The war ended beneath black snow. Not real snow. Ash. It drifted from the burning capital in slow gray waves, covering corpses, shattered banners, and broken siege engines alike. The smell of smoke clung to the air so thickly that even the victorious army could barely breathe. And at the center of that ruined world stood one man. The soldiers of the Western Coalition did not cheer when they saw him. They lowered their heads. Some from respect. Most from fear. The man wore no royal crest despite commanding kings. No crown rested upon his head despite ending empires. His armor was dark iron scratched pale by years of battle, and over his shoulders hung a weathered cloak stained by old blood and rainwater. At his waist rested a single sword in a worn black sheath. Plain. Unremarkable. That simplicity frightened people more than gold ever could. Because every soldier on the continent knew the truth. When that sword left its sheath, nations disappeared. Is it over? The voice came from behind him. Young. Exhausted. King Edric of Valen dismounted from his horse with trembling legs. He was barely 23 and looked far older now. Half his face was wrapped in bloody cloth. He stared at the burning capital ahead. Thousands had died to reach these walls. Marshal Cale, the king asked quietly, is the war finally over? The man called Cale did not answer immediately. His gray eyes moved across the city. Broken towers. Collapsed walls. Starving civilians stumbling through smoke. Children crying beside corpses too burned to recognize. Victory. This was victory. Cale had spent 27 years fighting. He fought northern raiders at 13. Killed his first noble commander at 16. Led armies before 20. By 30, people called him the Ashen Saint. Not because he was holy, but because ash followed wherever he marched. The war is over, Cale finally said. The young king released a breath that sounded almost like relief. Then Cale continued. Another one will begin within 10 years. Silence. The king stared at him in disbelief. We united the continent. For now. Cale's voice remained calm. Nobles will divide territory. Merchants will manipulate famine. The church will seek authority over conquered lands. The northern clans will raid weakened borders. Men do not stop desiring power simply because they bury enough dead. The king looked toward the city again. You speak as if nothing matters. Cale's eyes hardened slightly. I speak as a man who has watched 6 kings promise peace. No one answered him after that. Because no one could. Not even kings argued with Cale anymore. Too many graves proved him right. Underscore 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 on. That night, the victory feast lasted until dawn. Nobles drank themselves senseless. Generals celebrated. Priests declared the continent blessed by the light. Meanwhile, Cale sat alone outside the ruined palace walls. No guards approached him. Even after the war, men still feared standing too close. He rested beneath a dead cedar tree overlooking the capital. For the first time in years, there were no orders waiting for him. No battlefield. No maps. No assassins. Only silence. It felt strange. A pair of footsteps approached cautiously. Cale already knew who it was. You should be inside celebrating, he said. A woman stopped beside him. Silver hair. Blue military cloak. Commander Sarah Vale. The only person alive who spoke to him normally. You hate celebrations. You don't. I hate noble celebrations. That almost made him smile. Almost. Sarah sat beside him without permission. She always had. Together they looked over the burning capital. After a while, she finally spoke. They're afraid of you now. They were afraid long before today. No, her voice softened. It's different now. Kale understood. Before, he had been their weapon. Now the war was over. Weapons frightened people most when peace arrived. You should leave the capital, Sarah said quietly. Before the council decides what to do with you. Kale looked at her. Do with me. You command more loyalty than kings. That loyalty belongs to dead men. And living soldiers. She met his gaze directly. That terrifies rulers. For a moment, only ash drifted between them. Kale already knew she was right. The continent no longer needed the Ashen Saint. Which meant men would soon decide he was dangerous. Funny. After surviving countless battlefields, politics would likely kill him instead. Sarah reached into her cloak and handed him a small wooden box. Inside rested an old iron pendant. Simple. Weathered. A cheap thing from a village market. Kale stared at it silently. I found it in your old belongings, she said. You carried it since you were 14. He remembered. A small village in the south. A girl selling charms beside a river. You'll survive this too, she said. Kale closed the box. For the first time in many years, he looked tired. Sarah, he asked quietly, have you ever wondered what kind of man you would have become if no one handed you a sword? She blinked slightly. Then she realized something. He was not asking casually. Kale looked toward the burning city again. I don't remember who I was before war. The ash continued falling. Soft. Endless. Like snow burying a grave. Chapter 1. The boy beneath the cedar tree. Pain. That was the first thing he felt. Not the sharp pain of a blade. Not the crushing impact of armor breaking beneath a mace. Something smaller. Hot. Burning through his lungs. Kale coughed violently. Air rushed into him like icy water. Voices echoed nearby. His fever's rising again. Fetch more water. The physician said the boy may not survive the night. Boy. Kale tried to move. His body refused. Heavy blankets covered him, soaked with sweat. His arms felt weak, far too weak. Even lifting a finger felt unfamiliar. Then came the second realization. The ceiling above him was wooden. Not stone. No military tent. No fortress chamber. No battlefield. A small room. Simple furniture. The scent of herbs hanging from the rafters. Rain tapping softly against a window. Kale slowly opened his eyes. Everything blurred at first. Then shapes sharpened. A woman sat beside the bed clutching a damp cloth in shaking hands. Brown hair tied loosely behind her neck. Plain clothing. No jewelry. No perfume. Her eyes were swollen red from crying. The moment she noticed him awake, her breath caught. El Luyen. Kale frowned slightly. That was not his name. Yet before he could speak, a splitting pain erupted through his skull. Memories flooded him violently. A child running through green hills. Books scattered across a study desk. Cold winters. Laughter. Fear. A stern man wearing a baron's crest. A younger sister hiding behind curtains. Years of another life crashing into his mind all at once. Kale closed his eyes. Not memories. Someone else's life. No. His life. The woman grabbed his hand desperately. Luyen, can you hear me? He stared at her silently. Then understanding settled over him like cold rain. Rebirth. Not metaphorical. Not religious fantasy whispered by priests. Real. Somehow, real. The woman began crying openly. Thank the light. Kale Luyen watched her carefully. There was no deception in her face. Only relief. Exhausted relief. How long had she sat beside this bed? He tried to speak. His throat burned. Water. She nearly stumbled, rushing to pour it. His hands trembled slightly as he drank. Weak. Pathetically weak. This body could barely hold a cup. That fact disturbed him more than death itself. Underscore 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 on. 3 days later, Louisanne Ashbourne finally walked outside. Slowly. Very slowly. The world greeted him with damp spring air and the distant sound of sheep bells. The Ashbourne estate was smaller than Cale expected. Far smaller. Not a grand noble fortress. A modest countryside manor surrounded by farmland and cedar forests. Old stone walls. Weathered rooftops. Stable workers carrying feed sacks. Servants wearing repaired clothes instead of silk. Poor. Not starving poor. But close enough that every bad harvest probably mattered. Louisanne rested one hand against a wooden pillar as dizziness passed through him. His body remained frail from illness. Apparently the original Louisanne had suffered weak lungs since birth. Frequent fevers. Low stamina. Physicians believed he would never become a knight. In noble society, that alone made him nearly worthless. Cale found that strangely comforting. No expectations. No armies. No war. For the first time since childhood, no one needed him to kill. A small pair of footsteps approached. He glanced sideways. A little girl peeked from behind a pillar. 7 years old perhaps. Dark brown hair. Large cautious eyes. The memories identified her immediately. Elena Ashbourne. His younger sister. She held a wooden toy rabbit tightly against her chest. Neither spoke at first. Then. Are you going to die? The question came with terrifying sincerity. Cale stared at her. Children truly were merciless. Not today. She considered that answer carefully. Then slowly walked closer. You stopped breathing yesterday. I see. Mother cried a lot. That bothered him more than expected. Elena studied him with suspicion. You're different. Cale nearly smiled at that. Perceptive child. How? You used to look scared all the time. The words struck deeper than intended. Because the old Louisanne had indeed been afraid. Afraid of disappointing his father. Afraid of his illness. Afraid of noble expectations. Afraid of dying young. Cale looked toward the distant cedar forest swaying gently in the wind. Fear. It had been so long since he felt ordinary fear that he almost forgot what it looked like. I was sick, he said simply. Elena walked closer until she stood directly before him. Then she held out the wooden rabbit awkwardly. For luck. Cale stared at the toy. Cheap carving. One ear uneven. Poor craftsmanship. Probably made by hand. Slowly, he accepted it. Thank you. Elena blinked. Surprised. Perhaps the old Louisanne rarely thanked people. Then she smiled faintly. A small thing. But genuine. And for reasons he could not explain, that smile unsettled him more than battlefields ever had. Underscore 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 on. That evening, Louisanne met his father properly. Baron Cedric Ashbourne ruled a small territory on the southern frontier of the Kingdom of Edria. A minor noble. Not wealthy enough to influence royal politics. Not powerful enough to matter at court. Yet responsible for thousands of commoners spread across villages and farmland. Cale respected that immediately. Real rulers were not kings sitting in marble palaces. They were men who ensured villages survived winter. Cedric Ashbourne looked exhausted. Broad-shouldered despite age. Calloused hands. Permanent lines etched into his face. A practical man. The type forged by responsibility rather than ambition. He dismissed the servants once dinner ended. Only father and son remained in the chamber. For several moments, Cedric simply studied him. You nearly died. Apparently. You sound calmer about it than your mother. Cale remained silent. Cedric leaned back slowly. When your fever broke, the servants said you walked outside alone. Yes. You also thanked the kitchen staff. Was that unusual? Very. Interesting. The old Luyen must have been distant. Or perhaps simply awkward. Cedric folded his hands. The physician believes your illness may improve if you strengthen your body gradually. Cale almost laughed internally. Gradually. This body could barely survive stairs. But he nodded. I understand. You still wish to study. That memory surfaced quickly. The original Luyen loved books. History especially. Not swordsmanship. Not politics. Books. Cale answered honestly. Yes. Cedric's expression softened slightly. Only slightly. You need not become a knight, the Baron said quietly. Despite what other nobles say. Those words carried history behind them. Pressure from other houses perhaps. Mockery. Disappointment. Cale understood noble society well enough already. Weak sons were liabilities. Especially in border territories where strength meant survival. Yet Cedric continued. A lord requires more than warriors. Remember that. For the first time since awakening in this new life, Cale felt genuine curiosity toward the man before him. Perhaps this world still possessed decent rulers after all. Chapter 2. The weight of small things. The Ashbourne barony sat far from the center of the kingdom. That alone explained many things. No marble roads reached the territory. No great rivers carried wealthy merchants through its villages. The land survived through grain, lumber, sheep, and stubbornness. Mostly stubbornness. Luyen learned this during the following months. Not from lessons. From watching. The servants repaired tools instead of replacing them. Stable boys reused horseshoes until the iron nearly split apart. Candles in the manor were burned carefully down to the last inch. Even the Baron himself wore old coats indoors during colder evenings rather than waste extra firewood. Small territory. Small income. One failed harvest away from disaster. Cale had once commanded armies larger than this entire population. Now he found himself studying how much grain a village could spare before winter became dangerous. Strangely. He preferred this. Underscore 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 on. His body improved slowly. Painfully slowly. Each morning Luyen walked the manor grounds beneath supervision from worried servants. At first, even half an hour exhausted him. His lungs burned. His legs trembled. Sweat soaked through his clothes embarrassingly fast. But Cale understood something most young nobles never learned. Mastery was repetition. Not talent. Not destiny. Not miracles. Repetition. So he continued. Step by step. Breath by breath. No shortcuts. The old soldiers under his command used to say the Ashen Saint was born monstrous. They were wrong. Cale remembered every winter morning spent training until his fingers bled numb. Every broken bone. Every failure. People only saw the result. Never the years buried beneath it. Now, in this weak body, he started again from nothing. Oddly enough, That felt honest. Underscore 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 on. One afternoon, Louis sat beneath a cedar tree reading an old history text when Elena suddenly appeared beside him. You always read now. You always interrupt me. I brought bread. That immediately made her interruption acceptable. She sat beside him on the grass while proudly revealing 2 small honey rolls stolen from the kitchen. Not stolen, technically. The cook had definitely noticed. Louis accepted one. Still warm. Simple food. Better than royal banquets. Elena swung her legs lazily. Father's angry. At me. No. At taxes. That caught his attention. Taxes. She nodded. The royal collector came yesterday. Interesting. Children noticed far more than adults assumed. What happened? Elena frowned dramatically while trying to imitate adult conversation. Father said the crown wants more silver because of the northern roads. Road repairs after war perhaps. Or military movement. Then the collector said all loyal nobles should sacrifice equally. Louis already disliked this collector. And father? He said loyal nobles can't pay taxes with empty grain stores. Kale nearly smiled. Reasonable answer. Which meant the crown official likely ignored it completely. That evening during dinner, Louis quietly observed the adults. His mother looked worried. Cedric spoke little. Several documents rested beside his chair untouched throughout the meal. Political pressure. Small lords suffered most after wars. Kings borrowed heavily during conflict. Then squeezed frontier territories afterward to refill royal treasuries. Common pattern. Kale had watched it happen repeatedly in his previous life. Victorious kingdoms often damaged themselves more effectively than enemies ever could. After dinner, Cedric finally spoke. Louis. Walk with me. The two moved through dimly lit hallways toward the outer courtyard. Rain clouds gathered overhead. Servants hurried to secure tools before the storm arrived. Cedric stopped beside the old well. When you inherit land, he said suddenly, everyone demands something from you. Not if. When. Interesting. You mean taxes? I mean everything. The Baron rested one hand against the stone well. The crown wants loyalty. Merchants want favorable contracts. Villagers want protection. Knights want wages. Priests want donations. Neighboring lords want weakness. His voice remained calm. Tired, but calm. A ruler who ignores these pressures loses authority. A ruler who bends to all of them destroys his people. Louis listened carefully. This was real governance. Not the romantic nonsense noble tutors loved teaching. Cedric glanced toward him. You enjoy history books? Yes. Then remember this. The Baron's eyes hardened slightly. Kingdoms rarely collapse from invasion alone. Most rot quietly from burdens placed upon ordinary people. Kale felt genuine respect then. Not because Cedric was brilliant, but because he understood responsibility. That alone separated true rulers from parasites. Thunder rolled overhead. For a few moments both stood silently watching distant farmland beyond the manor walls. Tiny lights flickered across the hills where villagers prepared for rain. How many people live in the barony? Louis asked. Cedric looked mildly surprised. Roughly 11,000. Not many. Yet still 11,000 lives depending on one territory. Kale once believed changing the world required conquering nations. Now he wondered whether simply protecting 11,000 people properly might be harder. underscore 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 on. Several weeks later, Louian discovered the manor library. Calling it a library was generous. One medium-sized room. Roughly 200 books. Most damaged. Still, to a frontier noble house, it represented wealth. Knowledge always did. Dust drifted lazily through afternoon sunlight as Louian explored old shelves carefully. History. Agriculture. Religion. Trade law. Military records. One section particularly interested him. Maps. Old border maps revealed something important. The southern frontier had changed hands repeatedly over the past century. Edria. Virile. Independent lords. Back and forth endlessly. Wars shifted borders constantly here. Which explained why Ashbourne lands remained poor despite fertile soil. No region prospered while serving as a battlefield every generation. Louian traced faded ink lines thoughtfully. Then he noticed another detail. Trade roads. One ancient route leading through the nearby cedar forests had been abandoned decades ago. Why? Bandits. Monsters. Political disputes. Before he could investigate further, the library door opened. An older man entered carrying account books. Thin build. Gray beard. Sharp eyes. The estate steward. Garrick. He paused upon seeing Louian. Young master. Steward Garrick. The old man studied the open maps carefully. You understand those? Somewhat. Garrick approached slowly. Most noble children prefer heroic tales. Heroic tales rarely explain why kingdoms fail. That earned him a longer stare. The steward set down his books carefully. Your father once said something similar. Interesting again. Garrick pointed toward the abandoned trade road on the map. That route died 30 years ago after the Black Creek incident. Louian looked up. What incident? The steward's expression darkened slightly. Bandits at first. Then mercenaries. Eventually entire villages vanished along the road. Why not send soldiers? We did. The old man's answer came quietly. 3 times. Silence settled briefly. Then Garrick added. Only 1 soldier returned. Now that was interesting. Rain fell through the cedar forests for 3 straight days. Not violent storms. Just endless cold drizzle that turned roads into mud and painted the entire Ashbourne estate gray. Louian liked it. Rain silenced people. The manor became quieter during storms. Servants spoke softer. Visitors traveled less. Even Elena stopped running through hallways after slipping twice and receiving a lecture from her mother. So Louian spent most of those days inside the library. Reading. Listening. Watching. A noble house revealed itself most honestly during difficult seasons. And the Ashbourne family was under pressure. He noticed it in small things first. The kitchen reduced meat portions. The stable master argued with suppliers over feed prices. Servants whispered about tax collectors staying longer than expected in neighboring territories. One evening, Louian even overheard 2 guards discussing increased bandit sightings near southern roads. The frontier was becoming unstable again. Slowly. Quietly. Exactly how real problems began. Underscore 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 on. On the 4th morning, Garrick invited him to review estate ledgers. Not formally. The steward simply noticed Louian staring at account books repeatedly and decided to test him. Do numbers bore you, young master? No. That already makes you more useful than half the nobility. The old steward spread several ledgers across a table inside his office. Ink stains covered nearly every surface. Unlike noble studies decorated for appearances, Garrick's workspace actually functioned. Luyen respected that immediately. These, Garrick said, are grain reports from the eastern villages. Luyen examined them carefully. At first glance, nothing appeared unusual. Then patterns emerged. Declining surplus. Increased livestock losses. Higher transportation costs. Road conditions worsened, Luyen observed. Garrick's eyebrow lifted slightly. Continue. The eastern route passes near Black Creek. It does. Merchants probably avoid the area now. Longer routes increase supply costs. The steward nodded once. Good. Luyen continued reading silently. Several villages also reported missing hunters. Small detail. Easy to ignore individually. Less comforting together. Has anyone investigated recently? No. Why? Garrick looked at him for a long moment before answering. Because your father has 43 trained soldiers. That explained everything. Cale nearly cursed himself internally. He was still thinking like a former Grand Marshal. In reality, small lords could not solve every threat immediately. 43 soldiers. That number needed to protect villages, roads, storehouses, tax transports, borders, noble estates. Losing even 10 trained men could cripple an entire territory's defenses. Frontier politics were not heroic. They were mathematics. Cold mathematics. Underscore 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 on. Later that afternoon, Luyen walked beyond the manor walls for the first time. Officially, he was only exercising. Unofficially, he wanted to see the territory himself. 2 guards accompanied him reluctantly. Both veterans. Both clearly uncomfortable escorting a physically fragile noble child through muddy roads. The nearest village sat less than an hour away. Stone cottages. Wet farmland. Wood smoke rising from chimneys. Poor. But alive. Villagers bowed when they recognized him. Though most looked surprised seeing the young master outside the estate. Luyen noticed something immediately. No resentment. Tiredness, yes. Worry, certainly. But not hatred toward the Ashbourne family. That mattered. Peasants did not remain loyal to cruel lords for generations. An old farmer repairing a fence paused as Luyen approached. Good afternoon. The man nearly dropped his tools. And young master. You needn't panic. The farmer looked uncertain about whether that statement itself was a trap. Luyen crouched beside the damaged fence despite the guard's protests. The wood's rotting. Yes, young master. When was it last replaced? 3 winters ago. Too long. The nails were reused multiple times too. Another sign of financial strain. One of the guards finally spoke carefully. Young master, perhaps we should continue walking. Because nobles normally did not inspect fences personally. Luyen understood. But he also remembered something from his previous life. Generals who ignored ordinary logistics buried armies. Kings who ignored ordinary people buried kingdoms. As they continued through the village, he observed more details. Children wearing patched clothing. Hunters carrying old bows repaired repeatedly. Storehouses guarded more heavily than expected. Then he noticed something else. Almost no young men. Interesting. Where are the village youths? Luyen asked quietly. The older guard answered. Seasonal labor. A lie. Not malicious. Just incomplete. Luyen could tell from the hesitation. Some likely joined mercenary groups. Others probably left for cities. Frontier villages bled population whenever instability rose. People fled uncertainty before nobles admitted it existed. Underscore 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 on. On the return journey, the group passed a small shrine beside the road. Simple stone structure dedicated to the Church of Light. Candles flickered inside despite the rain. A priest stood nearby distributing bread to several villagers. Young. Maybe 30. Travel-worn robes. Not wealthy. Not corrupt-looking either. Interesting. The priest noticed Luyen and bowed respectfully. Young Master Ashbourne. Father Aldrich. The memories supplied the name. A traveling priest assigned to frontier parishes. Unlike wealthy cathedral clergy, frontier priests often acted as healers, teachers, and mediators because isolated villages lacked resources. A difficult life. You seem healthier, Aldrich said kindly. Some would. The priest smiled faintly. The light is merciful. Kale said nothing to that. In his previous life, religion had mostly served politics. But ordinary priests? They varied greatly. Some were genuinely good men. Others hid ambition beneath scripture. He reserved judgment carefully. Then Luyen noticed the bread distribution. Not church bread. Ashbourne grain markings were burned into the flour sacks. His father donated part of the estate reserves. Even during financial strain. That explained village loyalty further. As they prepared to leave, Aldrich suddenly spoke again. Young master. Yes. The priest hesitated. Then lowered his voice. Please advise your father to avoid Black Creek Road for now. The guards exchanged uneasy looks. Luyen's eyes narrowed slightly. You've heard something. I buried 3 travelers this month. Silence. Rain tapped softly against the shrine roof. Father Aldrich continued quietly. No wounds. That drew Kale's full attention immediately. No wounds. The priest shook his head slowly. They looked. He struggled for the words. Drained. One guard muttered a curse under his breath. The other made the sign of the light instinctively. Fear. Real fear. Not simple bandits then. Something worse. Or something people believed was worse. In frontier regions, rumors became monsters long before truth appeared. Still, Luyen trusted instinct. And every instinct he possessed whispered the same thing. Something dangerous was growing near Black Creek. Quietly. Patiently. Like rot beneath floorboards. Chapter 4. Lessons of the Sword. Luyen began sword training at the start of summer. Not because he wanted glory. Not because he dreamed of becoming a knight. And certainly not because of noble pride. He trained because weakness frightened him. Not the weakness of losing battles. The deeper kind. The helplessness of watching danger approach while lacking the strength to protect anything. Black Creek bothered him. The territory's instability bothered him. The quiet fear spreading through villages bothered him most. Yet his current body remained laughably fragile. So he started where all real mastery began. Basics. Underscore 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 on. The Ashbourne training yard sat behind the western barracks. Nothing impressive. Packed dirt. Wooden dummies. A small archery range. Weapon racks repaired countless times. The soldiers training there stopped immediately when Luyen arrived carrying a wooden practice sword. Several looked confused. One nearly laughed before recognizing the Baron's son. Captain Roland approached first. Broad-shouldered. Scar across his jaw. Former infantry officer according to Luien's memories. A practical man with little patience for nonsense. Young master. Captain. Roland eyed the practice sword skeptically. You plan to train? Yes. The captain clearly wanted to ask why. Instead, he asked something more important. Did your father approve this? He did. Half true. Cedric approved physical exercise. Not formal military training yet. Close enough. Roland sighed quietly. With respect, young master, your health. I know my limitations. That answer paused him slightly. Most noble children insisted on proving themselves immediately. Demanding horses. Armor. Sparring matches. Luien simply walked toward an empty section of the yard. Then he began practicing footwork. Nothing else. No flashy swings. No dramatic poses. Just movement. Step. Balance. Breathing. Turn. Reset. Again. The soldiers gradually returned to training after realizing nothing entertaining was happening. Only Roland continued watching. Because he noticed something strange. The boys' movements were terrible physically. Weak. Slow. Unrefined. But the rhythm behind them felt unervingly disciplined. Like someone rebuilding forgotten habits. After nearly 20 minutes, Luien's arms trembled from exhaustion. Sweat soaked through his shirt. His lungs burned. Pathetic. Yet he continued another 5 minutes before finally stopping. Not because he wanted to. Because pushing further would damage recovery. The hardest lesson experienced warriors learned was restraint. Roland handed him water silently. Luien accepted it. Thank you. The captain studied him carefully. Who taught you stance control? No one. A lie. Several dead masters, countless battlefields, and 27 years of warfare taught him. Roland frowned. Your footing isn't noble fencing. Because noble fencing emphasized duels. Elegant movement. Tournament forms. Kale's foundations came from military survival. Efficient. Brutal. Grounded. Even stripped down to basics, traces remained. I read manuals, Luien answered calmly. That earned him an unconvinced stare. Underscore 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 on. Training became routine afterward. Morning walks. Reading. Estate studies. Then controlled practice in the yard. Slowly, the soldiers stopped treating it as a childish phase. Because Luien never complained. Never skipped practice. Never demanded praise. He simply worked. Quietly. Consistently. Weeks passed. His body strengthened little by little. Not dramatically. Real improvement never was. His breathing stabilized first. Then balance. Then stamina. Small victories invisible to outsiders. Meaningful nonetheless. One afternoon, Roland finally handed him a heavier practice blade. You're ready. Luien tested the weight carefully. Still light compared to real swords. But heavier than before. Progress. Your grip's wrong, Roland said immediately. Luien adjusted instinctively. The captain blinked. Right. Like that. Interesting. Muscle memory surfaced faster than expected. Dangerous if noticed too clearly. So Luien deliberately slowed himself afterward, allowing imperfections to remain. A child prodigy attracted attention. Attention created expectations. Expectations led to politics. He wanted none of that. At least not yet. underscore 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 on. That same week, trouble arrived at the manor. Not military trouble. Merchant trouble. Which Cedric later explained was often worse. Louis sat quietly in his father's study while two visiting merchants argued across the desk. Salt traders from the southern routes. One fat. One thin. Both sweating despite cool weather. The tariffs are impossible, the larger merchant insisted. Cedric remained unmoved. The tariffs are royal law. Then reduce road tolls. If I reduce tolls, I cannot maintain patrols. What patrols? The thin merchant snapped bitterly. Half your roads are unsafe already. Silence followed immediately. A dangerous silence. Not because the statement was false. Because it was true. Cedric's expression hardened slightly. My soldiers protect this territory with limited resources. And merchants bleed silver every month because of it. Louis observed carefully. Neither side was entirely wrong. Classic frontier problem. Merchants needed security for trade. Lords needed trade for revenue. Both lacked enough resources to solve the issue fully. Then the fat merchant made a mistake. Perhaps House Ashbourne should request royal assistance instead of squeezing honest businessmen. Cedric's eyes turned cold. Not angry. Worse. Controlled. Royal assistance, the Baron repeated quietly, comes with royal oversight. The merchants fell silent. Now Louis understood. Small frontier nobles guarded autonomy fiercely. Requesting military aid often meant surrendering authority later. Crown officials rarely released control once established. Politics. Always politics. Eventually the merchants departed dissatisfied. Afterward, Cedric rubbed his temples tiredly. They're right, he admitted quietly. Louis looked up from the corner chair where he had remained silent throughout. About the roads. Yes. Cedric walked toward the window overlooking distant hills. If trade declines further this winter, villages will suffer. Because taxes rise while income falls. The Baron glanced back at him. Garrick's been teaching you. I listen. Cedric almost smiled at that. Almost. Then his expression darkened again. Black Creek Road used to carry nearly 30% of southern trade. That much. Louis understood immediately why the issue mattered. Losing such a route crippled regional economics. And if rumors worsened, fear itself would finish what bandits started. How long until the territory feels serious consequences? Louis asked. Cedric answered without hesitation. 2 years if we're fortunate. 1 year, probably. Judging by food reductions and merchant anxiety. The Baron looked toward storm clouds gathering beyond the forests. I need answers about Black Creek soon. Cale silently agreed. Because problems ignored long enough stopped being local problems. They became catastrophes. Chapter 5. The Man Who Returned Alone. The first soldier returned at dusk. The manor gates opened slowly as rain swept across the hills, and 2 guards hurried forward to support the exhausted rider barely remaining conscious atop his horse. Blood covered the man's cloak. Not fresh. Dried. Dark brown against soaked wool. The courtyard immediately erupted into motion. Stable hands rushed forward. Servants carried lanterns through the rain. Captain Roland barked orders sharply while Father Aldrich was summoned from the village shrine. Louis stood beneath the covered walkway watching silently. The rider looked half dead. One arm hung limp. His face appeared gaunt in a way sickness alone could not explain. Then Louis recognized him from memory. Darren Holt. One of Ashbourne's veteran scouts. Missing for 6 days. Black Creek. So the road had finally answered. Underscore 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 on. The manner transformed that night. No music during supper. No casual conversation. Even servants moved with unusual tension. Rumors spread faster than wildfire in isolated territories, and the return of a broken scout from Black Creek guaranteed fear by morning. Lumian slipped quietly through dim corridors toward the guest chambers where the wounded man rested. 2 guards stood outside. Neither stopped him. Inside, Father Aldrich knelt beside the bed whispering prayers while steam rose from bowls of heated water nearby. Darren looked terrible. Not merely injured. Drained. The word fit disturbingly well. His skin stretched tightly across his face. Dark circles hollowed beneath trembling eyes. And despite thick blankets, his entire body shook from cold. A hunting wound did not cause this. Neither did ordinary illness. Father Aldrich noticed Luian first. Young master. How is he? The priest hesitated. I don't know. Honest answer. Luian respected that more than false certainty. The scout suddenly stirred weakly. His breathing quickened. Eyes darting wildly toward the ceiling. No, Darren whispered hoarsely. No, no fire. Father Aldrich steadied him gently. You're safe. No, the scout's voice cracked in terror. Not safe. Then his eyes locked onto Luian. For one horrifying moment, real panic crossed the man's face. Don't let them hear you. Silence. Rain battered the windows softly. Luian stepped closer. Who? Darren swallowed painfully. The ones in the trees. Cold crept down Cale's spine. Not because of the words. Because of the scout's expression. Veteran soldiers knew fear differently than ordinary men. They did not panic easily. And this man looked utterly shattered. What attacked you? Luian asked calmly. Darren's breathing became uneven. We never saw them clearly. Them. Plural. The scout gripped the blankets weakly. They watched us for days. Captain Roland entered the room then, water dripping from his cloak. His face darkened immediately upon hearing that sentence. Darren. The scout looked toward him with visible relief. Captain. Roland moved beside the bed. How many? 5 left the manor. How many returned? Darren stared downward silently. Answer enough. Roland's jaw tightened. Tell me exactly what happened. The scout closed his eyes. For several seconds only rain and crackling fireplace embers filled the room. Then he began. Underscore 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 on. They told us to inspect the old trade route. His voice remained weak but steadying gradually. We reached Black Creek by the second day. Signs of bandits. Darren shook his head faintly. That's what scared us first. No camps. No tracks. No stolen caravans. Nothing. Just silence. The scout swallowed again. The forest was wrong. Cale listened carefully. Experienced soldiers often described danger through instinct before logic. The birds stopped singing, Darren whispered. No insects either. Even Roland's expression shifted slightly. Because unnatural silence in wilderness meant predators. Or worse. We camped near the old bridge, Darren continued. That night Elias disappeared. Disappeared. No scream. No struggle. Nothing. The scout's hands trembled harder now. We searched the woods until dawn. What did you find? Roland asked quietly. Darren stared toward the fireplace. Blood. Only one word. Yet somehow heavy enough to darken the entire room. No body. The scout shook his head. Just blood. Kale's mind worked rapidly. Predators. Monsters. Organized ambush tactics. Something intelligent enough to isolate targets silently. Darren continued speaking. Second night, we heard voices. That caught Luien's attention immediately. What kind of voices? Familiar ones. The room fell silent again. Father Aldrich quietly made the sign of the light. Roland's gaze sharpened dangerously. Explain. The scout looked ashamed now. As if people we knew were calling from the forest. Hallucinations. Manipulation. Or psychological warfare. We knew it was wrong, Darren whispered. But Tomasz still followed one. And he never came back. Of course. Darren squeezed his eyes shut tightly. After that, men stopped sleeping. Fatigue. Fear. Paranoia. A unit collapsing psychologically. Kale had witnessed armies destroyed by less. Third night, Darren said quietly, we saw them. Every person in the room stilled. What were they? Roland asked. The scout answered after a long silence. Hungry. Not an answer. Yet somehow the most terrifying one possible. What did they look like? Darren's breathing quickened again. Tall. Another pause. Thin. Then finally. And their eyes reflected firelight even from the trees. Father Aldrich whispered a prayer under his breath. Luien remained expressionless externally. Internally, however, he was deeply unsettled. Because this no longer sounded like ordinary frontier superstition. Too many details aligned. Coordinated stalking. Psychological pressure. Night movement. Target isolation. Predatory patience. Something intelligent lived near Black Creek. Something that hunted men deliberately. Roland leaned forward. How did you survive? Darren's face lost what little color remained. We ran. The captain said nothing. The scout stared blankly ahead. They followed us for 2 days. A cold wind rattled the windows. Only 4 of us remained by then. His voice nearly broke. We stopped hearing screams after the first night. Luien's eyes narrowed slightly. Meaning the missing soldiers vanished too quickly to resist effectively. Either overwhelming force. Or something capable of ambush far beyond normal human skill. Then Darren whispered one final sentence. They never attacked the horses. That mattered. Predators usually targeted easier prey first. These things ignored animals completely. Which meant one terrible possibility. Intentional selection. They wanted humans specifically. And that made Black Creek far more dangerous than bandits or beasts. It meant intelligence. Chapter 6. Embers before winter. Darren Holt died 3 days later. Not violently. Not screaming. He simply grew weaker each hour until even breathing exhausted him. Father Aldrich tried everything the small shrine could offer. Herbs. Prayer. Rest. Nothing worked. By the final evening, the veteran scout looked like a man who had aged 20 years within a single week. Luien visited once before dawn. Darren barely recognized him. The trees, the scout whispered faintly. Don't let them into the villages. Then he died before sunrise. Underscore 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 on. Fear spread faster than plague afterward. Villagers refused to travel southern roads. Merchants delayed caravans. Hunters stayed near settlement boundaries. Even soldiers spoke more quietly whenever Black Creek was mentioned. The problem was no longer isolated. It had become political, which meant it had become dangerous. A frightened population weakened authority faster than military defeat ever could. Kale understood this deeply. People could endure hardship. They could endure taxes, war, winter, famine even. But uncertainty? Uncertainty poisoned trust itself. And once common people believed their rulers could not protect them, everything cracked afterward. Underscore 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 on. Cedric summoned a council 2 nights later. Not a grand royal gathering. Just the people necessary to keep the territory functioning. Captain Roland, Steward Garrick, Father Aldrich, 2 veteran knights, and, unexpectedly, Louis. He sat quietly beside the wall while maps covered the long oak table. Candlelight flickered across exhausted faces. Nobody in the room had slept well recently. Roland spoke first. "We cannot ignore this any longer." One knight scoffed quietly. "With respect, Captain, we still don't know what this is. 5 dead soldiers says it's real. And charging blindly into Cursed Wood solves nothing." The argument began immediately after. Predictable. One side demanded aggressive action before fear spread further. The other warned against wasting soldiers on unknown threats. Neither side was wrong. Cedric remained silent for most of it. Listening. Measuring. That alone separated competent rulers from fools. Eventually Garrick spoke calmly. "The territory's grain exports have already dropped 12% this month." The room quieted slightly. Because numbers mattered. Fear became real once economics suffered. If southern trade collapses completely, the steward continued, winter shortages become likely in eastern villages. One knight frowned. "So reopen the roads with force." "With what force?" Roland snapped back. Silence. 43 trained soldiers. Again, everything returned to mathematics. Louis watched carefully. This council revealed Ashbourne's greatest strength and weakness simultaneously. Competent people. Too few of them. Then Father Aldrich finally spoke. "What if this isn't banditry at all?" Several faces hardened immediately. "Religion complicated politics." "Always." The priest continued carefully. "I have served frontier parishes for 11 years. I know panic when I see it." "And?" Cedric asked. Aldrich hesitated. "The villagers believe something unnatural has returned to Black Creek." "Returned." Interesting wording. Cedric noticed too. "Returned." The priest nodded slowly. "There are old stories." Of course there were. Every frontier carried stories. Most exaggerated. Some not. "Speak plainly," Roland said. Aldrich exhaled quietly. "Before the kingdom unified these lands, the cedar forests belonged to older tribes." Garrick's expression darkened slightly. "Forest worshippers." "Not entirely," the priest corrected carefully. "Some records describe them as guardians." Kale immediately distrusted the word guardians. History often romanticized dangerous things after enough time passed. "They vanished after the Red Crown campaigns," Aldrich continued. "But local folklore claims certain places in the forest remained forbidden afterward." One knight muttered under his breath. "We're discussing children's tales now." "No," Louis spoke suddenly. The room turned toward him. He remained calm. "Fear follows narrative." Silence. Then Cedric gestured lightly. "Explain." Louis looked toward the maps. "If villagers already believe Black Creek is cursed, every disappearance strengthens the story." Garrick's eyes sharpened. The boy continued. "If we fail publicly, panic worsens. If we ignore the issue, rumors grow unchecked. Roland crossed his arms. And your solution? Information. Simple answer. Yet the hardest thing to obtain. We know almost nothing, Luyen said. That makes every decision dangerous. Cedric studied him carefully now. Not as a child. As a participant. What would you suggest? Cale thought for several seconds. Then answered honestly. Smaller reconnaissance groups are failing because they're being hunted. Roland nodded grimly. Agreed. So stop entering Black Creek predictably. The room quieted. Luyen pointed toward the old trade maps. The enemy already controls the road. Enemy. Interesting choice of word for something supposedly unknown. Approaching directly guarantees disadvantage. Cedric leaned slightly forward. Then how do we learn more? Observe from outside the forest first. Roland frowned thoughtfully. Watching routes? Yes. Track movement. Patterns. Timing. Supply behavior. Predators revealed themselves eventually through habit. Always. One knight still looked unconvinced. And if these things attack villages first? That was the real fear beneath everything. Luyen answered quietly. Then they already could have. Silence followed. Heavy silence. Because it was true. Whatever hunted Black Creek had remained near the road so far. Why? Territory. Caution. Limited numbers. No one knew. And ignorance frightened experienced men more than monsters themselves. Cedric finally stood. Decision made. Roland. Establish hidden observation posts along the outer southern routes. The captain nodded immediately. No direct forest engagement. Another nod. Garrick, begin preparing emergency winter reserves. The steward looked displeased but unsurprised. It will strain finances further. It will strain them less than starvation. Then Cedric looked toward Luyen briefly. Something unreadable passed through his expression. Approval perhaps. Or concern. After the meeting ended, the others departed slowly into dark hallways lit by dying candles. Only Cedric remained. He poured wine into 2 cups. Then paused before handing one toward Luyen. Juice, he corrected dryly instead. Cale almost smiled. Almost. Cedric sat beside the fireplace quietly. You think carefully for your age. Dangerous observation. Luyen lowered his gaze slightly. I read often. No book teaches people to think about fear politically. True. Most nobles learned politics through survival. Or not at all. Cedric stared into the fire. When I was younger, he said quietly, I believed strength alone solved problems. His voice carried unusual weariness tonight. Then I inherited this territory. The flames crackled softly between them. You know what frightens me most about Black Creek? Luyen looked toward him. Cedric's expression hardened faintly. Not the deaths. That answer surprised him. The timing. Cale immediately understood. Taxes increasing. Trade weakening. Frontier instability rising. And now an unknown threat crippling southern roads. Too convenient. Not proof of conspiracy. But enough to warrant suspicion. You think someone benefits from this, Luyen said quietly. Cedric didn't answer immediately. That, the Baron finally admitted, is what keeps me awake. Outside, beyond the manor walls, rain began falling again over the cedar forests. And somewhere within Black Creek, something watched the roads. Chapter 7. Threads beneath the surface. The observation posts began 2 days later. Quietly. No banners. No patrol columns marching dramatically through villages. Captain Roland selected 6 men personally and stationed them across the southern hills beyond Black Creek's outer boundaries. Hidden camps. Rotating watches. Strict orders. Observe. Do not engage. The soldiers disliked those orders immensely. Experienced warriors hated feeling passive. But Kale agreed with Cedric's approach. Charging blindly into unknown territory was how small lords lost entire companies. Information first. Action second. Always. Underscore 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 on. Luien's routine changed afterward. He still trained each morning. Still studied estate ledgers. Still attended lessons with Elena, who continued complaining about arithmetic like it personally insulted her ancestors. But now Cedric occasionally allowed him inside political discussions. Not fully. Never publicly. Yet the Baron had begun noticing something valuable. Luien listened before speaking. That alone made him more useful than many adults. One evening Garrick placed several trade manifests before him. Find a pattern. A test. Luien reviewed the documents carefully. Delayed shipments. Rising escort fees. Cancelled contracts. Then he noticed something strange. Not all southern merchants were suffering equally. One company actually increased profits during recent instability. Interesting. House Verdun caravans, Luien said quietly. Garrick's eyes narrowed slightly in approval. And why? They rerouted early. Before the disappearances became public. The steward folded his hands. Exactly. Kale's instincts sharpened immediately. Coincidences existed. But merchants rarely abandoned profitable trade roads without reason. Who informed them? Luien asked. Unknown. Garrick looked toward the window thoughtfully. House Verdun maintains connections in the capital. Another piece added to the board. Noble houses. Trade interests. Royal taxes. A destabilized frontier. Still not enough for conclusions. But enough to remain suspicious. Underscore 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 on. 3 nights later, the first observer returned. Alive. Barely calm. The soldier arrived after midnight and requested Captain Roland immediately. Unfortunately for everyone involved, fear spread faster than secrecy. By dawn the entire manor knew something had happened. Luien found Roland and Cedric inside the strategy room before sunrise. A single lantern illuminated the exhausted scout seated at the table. Young. Sweating. Eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. Tell him again, Roland ordered quietly. The scout swallowed hard. We saw movement near the old road. What kind of movement? Cedric asked. At first, nothing clear. The soldier's hands trembled slightly around his cup. Then fires. Luien looked up. Campfires. The scout nodded. In the forest. That changed things immediately. Creatures capable of organized fire use were rarely beasts. Distance? Roland asked. Hard to judge through the trees. Cedric's expression hardened. How many? The scout hesitated. At least 20. Silence. 20. Far too many for random predators. Luien's mind moved rapidly. Not monsters then. Or at least not mindless ones. Groups that maintained fires implied. Coordination. Hierarchy. Tools. Long-term presence. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Then the scout continued. We also found tracks. Roland leaned forward immediately. Human. Mostly. Nobody liked that answer. Mostly. Cedric repeated calmly. The scout nodded weakly. Some looked wrong. Kale remained silent. Panic distorted memory. Exhaustion worsened perception. But even so, too many reports carried similar details now. Tall figures. Night movement. Unnatural behavior. And now organized camps. Something existed in Black Creek. The only remaining question was what? Underscore 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 on. Later that day, Luyen trained harder than usual. The practice sword cracked against the wooden post repeatedly as sweat ran down his neck. Strike. Recover. Breathe. Again. Roland watched quietly nearby. You're distracted. I'm thinking. That usually makes people worse with a sword. Kale almost answered instinctively. Only bad swordsmen. Instead, he adjusted stance carefully. My father's worried. Roland snorted softly. Your father's always worried. True. Competent rulers usually were. The captain stepped closer. Grip tighter. Luyen corrected instantly. Again, too instantly. Roland's eyes narrowed faintly. You learn strangely. Dangerous observation again. Luyen deliberately missed the next strike slightly. Fatigue helped make the mistake believable. The captain eventually looked away. You know what real combat is. Kale nearly laughed internally. Instead, he answered appropriately. No. Roland rested one hand against the training dummy. People think battle is courage. His scarred face darkened slightly. It isn't. The captain pointed toward the cracked wooden target. Real combat is confusion. Fear. Mud. Screaming men who thought they were brave yesterday. His voice carried old memories. Anyone who romanticizes violence has never survived it. Kale respected him more after hearing that. Because it was true. Completely true. Wars were not glorious. They were exhaustion, terror, and loss stretched across years. The legends came afterward. Built by survivors trying to give suffering meaning. Roland suddenly tossed Luyen a heavier practice blade. Again. Luyen caught it smoothly. Too smoothly. The captain noticed. Their eyes met briefly. A flicker of suspicion crossed Roland's face for the first time. Small. But real. Kale realized then that he needed to be careful. Instincts shaped through decades could expose him long before he intended. Underscore 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 on. That evening, Elena cornered him in the library. You're hiding things. Dangerous sentence from a child. Luyen kept reading calmly. Everyone hides things. You hide more. He glanced toward her. She sat cross-legged atop a table holding an apple she absolutely stole from the kitchen again. How would you know? Because you changed. Simple answer. Children noticed emotional shifts far better than adults. Elena tilted her head slightly. You used to look scared all the time. Not inaccurate. The original Luyen had been sickly and withdrawn. And now? Now you look, she struggled briefly for words. Like old people do when they're thinking. Kale nearly smiled despite himself. That sounds insulting. It is. She bit into the apple proudly. Then her expression softened slightly. I like this version better. Silence settled quietly between them. Unexpectedly warm silence. Meaningful relationships, Kale remembered, were built from small moments. Not dramatic speeches. Not destiny. Trust formed gradually. Piece by piece. Like laying stones. Then Elena ruined the mood immediately. But you're still weak. Luyan stared at her flatly. She grinned victoriously and ran before he could retaliate verbally. Underscore 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 on. That night, another report arrived from the Southern observers. This one changed everything. A messenger reached the manor shortly before midnight carrying a blood-stained cloak. One of Roland's hidden scouts was missing. Not dead. Missing. And according to the surviving observer, there had been no sound at all. Only footprints surrounding the camp by morning. Footprints that appeared during the night without triggering a single sentry. Captain Roland read the report twice. Then a third time. Finally, he looked towards Cedric. This isn't random. No. It wasn't. Something in Black Creek was testing them now. Learning. Watching the Watchers. And that meant the situation had already become far more dangerous than anyone inside Ashbourne Manor wanted to admit. Chapter 8. A Kingdom of Quiet Knives. The royal messenger arrived beneath grey skies. That alone irritated everyone. Royal messengers never brought relief to frontier territories. Only demands. The rider entered Ashbourne Manor shortly after noon wearing deep crimson colors marked with the silver crest of the crown. Expensive horse. Expensive armor. Clean gloves despite muddy roads. A man untouched by frontier life. Servants bowed carefully as he dismounted. The messenger barely acknowledged them. Luyan watched from the upper balcony silently. Arrogance often revealed where power truly flowed within kingdoms. And this man carried himself like someone protected by institutions larger than local authority. Interesting. Very interesting. Underscore 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 on. The meeting lasted nearly 2 hours. Cedric. Garrick. The royal envoy. No one else permitted. When the study doors finally opened, the atmosphere inside the manor had changed noticeably. Servants avoided eye contact. Roland's jaw looked tight enough to crack stone. And Garrick immediately ordered additional accounting ledgers brought from storage. Never a good sign. That evening, Cedric summoned Luyan privately. The Baron stood beside the fireplace holding a sealed document bearing the royal crest. His exhaustion looked deeper tonight. They increased taxes again, Luyan guessed. Cedric's expression sharpened slightly. Yes. How much? 15%. Even Cale felt genuine disbelief. Frontier territories already strained under post-war recovery. Such increases bordered on stupidity. Or deliberate pressure. Cedric handed him the document silently. Official language filled the parchment. Flowery justifications. Infrastructure maintenance. Northern fortification funding. National reconstruction. Political wording always dressed greed elegantly. Then Luyan noticed something more important. The increase begins before winter. Yes. Dangerous timing. Collecting heavier taxes before harsh season reserves accumulated could cripple small territories entirely. Even Cedric looked openly frustrated now. The crown claims every loyal house must sacrifice equally. Equal sacrifice. A beautiful phrase. Meaningless in practice. Wealthy central nobles could absorb such burdens easily. Frontier houses could not. Cale studied his father carefully. You think this is intentional? Cedric stared into the fire for several seconds. I think the capital stopped understanding frontier realities long ago. Not the same answer. But close. underscore 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 on. That night Luyan reviewed maps alone inside the library. Candles flickered across trade routes and territorial borders while rain whispered softly against windows. Patterns emerged gradually. Black Creek disrupted southern commerce. Tax increases pressured local reserves. Merchant houses repositioned early. And now the crown tightened financial demands despite obvious instability. Individually. Explainable. Together. Concerning. Kale remembered kingdoms collapsing this way. Not dramatically at first. Just layers of pressure placed upon weaker regions until resentment hardened into fracture. Empires rarely died from single blows. They bled internally over time. Then something small finished them. Underscore 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 on. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Garrick entered carrying wine and several old records. You're still awake. So are you. The steward snorted quietly. Sleep becomes expensive after 50. He placed the records beside Luyan carefully. Historical census reports. Interesting. Why show me these? Because I wanted to see if you'd notice the same thing I did. Another test. Luyan opened the documents slowly. Population charts. Trade summaries. Military counts. Then he saw it. The southern frontier population had steadily declined for nearly 20 years. Not dramatically. Just enough to matter. Migration, Luyan murmured. Garrick nodded. Young laborers leave first. Then merchants follow safer routes. Which weakens taxes further. Yes. The steward folded his arms. And weaker frontier houses become increasingly dependent on the crown. There it was. The deeper issue. Centralization. Kale leaned back thoughtfully. Some people in the capital might prefer struggling frontier lords. Garrick studied him carefully. You understand politics disturbingly well for your age. Dangerous compliment again. Luyan remained calm. People seek control. Most children say power. Power is temporary. Control lasts longer. The steward went silent for several moments after that. Then, unexpectedly. You remind me of someone. Kale's instincts sharpened immediately. Who? Garrick looked toward the old rain-streaked windows. Your grandfather. Interesting. Very interesting. What was he like? The steward's expression became distant. Dangerous. Not the answer most nobles gave about family. He understood people too well, Garrick continued quietly. That frightened others. Kale listened carefully now. Did the crown fear him? Eventually. The steward gave a humorless smile. Men who understand systems become threats to those benefiting from them. That sentence carried experience behind it. Not theory. Experience. Before Luyan could ask further, sudden knocking echoed from outside. Urgent. Roland entered immediately afterward without waiting for permission. Bad sign. Very bad sign. The captain's face looked grim. We lost another observer. Silence. How? Garrick asked sharply. Roland threw a folded report onto the table. Same pattern. Missing during night watch. No struggle. No screams. Only tracks around a camp afterward. Luyan unfolded the parchment carefully. Then his eyes narrowed. The surviving scout reported something new. Symbols. Drawn into the dirt around a camp. Circular markings. Repeated patterns. Not random. Kale's heartbeat slowed slightly. Human behavior. Organized behavior. Whatever existed near Black Creek was becoming bolder. Or perhaps it wanted to be seen now. Could your men copy the symbols? Luyen asked. Roland nodded once. They tried. The captain unfolded another smaller parchment. Crude sketches covered the page. Most resembled spirals intersecting through jagged lines. Primitive at first glance. Yet something about them felt deliberate. Structured. Cale stared silently. Not because he recognized the markings. Because he recognized the intent behind them. Psychological warfare. Mark territory. Create fear. Force imagination to finish the damage. Efficient. Very efficient. Garrick frowned deeply. Tribal. Maybe, Roland answered. Father Aldrich entered moments later after being summoned. The priest examined the sketches carefully. Then his expression changed. Subtly. But enough. Cedric noticed immediately. You've seen these before. Aldrich hesitated. Finally. Yes. The room stilled. Where? Cedric asked quietly. The priest swallowed once. In old church records. No one spoke. Rain hammered harder outside now. The fire crackled low and uneven. Father Aldrich looked genuinely uneasy. These symbols were mentioned during accounts of the Red Crown campaigns. Cale's attention sharpened fully. The wars that destroyed the old forest tribes. What do they mean? Garrick asked. The priest answered softly. They marked hunting grounds. Silence deepened. Then Aldrich spoke the next sentence carefully. Specifically. His eyes moved toward the Black Creek maps. Human hunting grounds. The room became very quiet after that. Not fearful yet. Something colder. The moment when uncertainty slowly transformed into understanding. And understanding revealed that the problem ahead might not simply threaten roads or villages anymore. It might threaten the entire barony. Chapter 9. The shape of fear. Fear changed people gradually. First came whispers. Then routines shifted. Doors locked earlier at night. Travelers moved in larger groups. Hunters refused contracts that once paid easily. By the end of the month, even children in Ashbourne villages stopped wandering beyond field boundaries after sunset. No official order caused this. Instinct did. And instinct spread faster than law. Luyen watched it happen carefully. The Black Creek problem had already evolved beyond direct violence. Now it infected imagination. That made it far harder to contain. Underscore 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 on. Cedric responded quickly. Extra patrols near villages. Temporary toll reductions for merchants willing to continue southern travel. Emergency grain purchases despite worsening finances. Visible action. Important action. People needed to believe their lord was doing something. Even when solutions remained unclear. Cale respected the approach. Too many rulers hid behind silence during crises. Silence created panic. Action created time. Still, time alone would not solve Black Creek. Underscore 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 on. Training intensified. Not publicly. Not dramatically. But Roland stopped treating Luyen like a noble child merely exercising. Now the captain corrected details seriously. Foot placement. Weight transfer. Breathing during strikes. Again and again. Hours became repetition. Repetition became foundation. Foundation became instinct. Pain followed naturally. Luien's hands blistered constantly now. His shoulders ached every morning. Twice he collapsed from overexertion and earned furious lectures from both his mother and Elena. The second lecture from Elena somehow felt worse. "You're stupid. I was training. You look dead. Temporary inconvenience. That's not how death works." Kale nearly laughed. Nearly. Instead, he accepted the herbal medicine shoved into his hands while Elena glared at him like an angry grandmother trapped inside a child's body. Strange. Warm. Human. Meaningful relationships, he thought again, were built through repeated ordinary moments. Not grand declarations. Underscore 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 on. 3 days later, Roland finally allowed him to spar lightly. The result was humiliating, which Kale appreciated immensely. The captain disarmed him within seconds repeatedly. Not through superior strength. Timing. Control. Experience. "You think too much," Roland said after knocking aside another strike. Luien reset stance carefully. "Thinking prevents mistakes. Thinking slowly creates corpses." The wooden practice blade struck Luien's wrist sharply. Pain flared instantly. Again, Roland ordered. Kale attacked differently this time. More direct. Less cautious. Roland blocked smoothly. Then stopped suddenly. Interesting. Very interesting. For half a second, Luien's movement had carried traces of battlefield efficiency impossible for an ordinary child. The captain saw it. Their eyes met briefly. Dangerous moment. So Luien intentionally stumbled afterward. Weak legs. Poor recovery. Believable failure. Roland relaxed slightly. Still suspicious though. Kale noted it carefully. He needed greater control over instinctive reactions. Underscore 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 on. That same evening, another body appeared near Black Creek. Unlike previous victims, this one was left intentionally visible. A woodcutter discovered the corpse hanging from an old roadside marker less than half a mile from the southern trade route. The man's chest carried carved symbols matching the earlier reports. By nightfall, half the territory knew. By morning, everyone did. Panic spread immediately afterward. Merchants threatened to abandon Ashbourne roads entirely. Several villages demanded armed escorts for even short travel. One family reportedly packed belongings intending to flee north before winter. Fear was accelerating. Exactly as intended. Because now Luien understood something important. This was no random predation. Someone wanted the territory destabilized. The body display proved it. Predators hid kills. Political actors displayed them. Underscore 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 on. Cedric called another council. This time tension filled the room before anyone even spoke. Roland slammed a gauntlet fist against the table first. "They're provoking us." "Yes," Cedric answered calmly. "Then we hit back." "With what target?" Silence followed. No one knew where the enemy camp truly existed. No one understood their numbers fully either. The captain exhaled sharply. "If we keep reacting defensively, morale collapses." "True. Very true." One knight spoke next. "The villagers already think the forest is cursed." "Then give them victories," Roland snapped. "How?" Nobody answered immediately. Because small frontier lords lacked endless solutions. Kale observed quietly from his seat near the wall. Then Garrick spoke. House Verdun caravans resumed southern movement today. That changed the atmosphere instantly. Cedric's eyes narrowed. Through Black Creek. Yes. Roland frowned deeply. They avoided the route earlier. Correct. Interesting. Very interesting. Luien's thoughts sharpened immediately. A merchant house rerouting before danger became public might be coincidence. Resuming travel immediately after terror escalated. Far stranger. Escorted? Cedric asked. Heavily. Garrick placed another document onto the table. Private guards. More than typical merchant protection. The room quieted. Kale spoke carefully. How many? Approximately 30. Too many for ordinary trade defense. Especially during unstable conditions. Roland looked grim now. Mercenaries. Likely. Luien leaned slightly forward. Who authorized private armed movement through frontier territory? Cedric's expression darkened. No one. There it was. Now politics entered openly. Because armed merchant companies moving independently through dangerous regions challenged noble authority directly. Especially frontier authority. House Verdun has royal connections, Garrick reminded quietly. Meaning complaints upward might disappear conveniently. Or worse. Cedric stood slowly beside the map table. His exhaustion looked older tonight. Not physical. Political. The kind that accumulated after years balancing impossible pressures. Black Creek may no longer be a local problem, he said quietly. Kale agreed completely. Because if merchant houses, crown interests, and organized violence now intersected. Then Ashbourne stood near the center of something much larger than monsters in the woods. Underscore 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 on. Later that night, Luien couldn't sleep. So he walked the manor halls alone beneath dim lantern light. Rain had finally stopped. Cold wind whispered softly through stone corridors. As he passed the outer gallery overlooking southern hills, he noticed another figure standing there already. Cedric. Silent. Watching distant darkness beyond the manor lands. For several moments neither spoke. Then the Baron said quietly. When I was younger, I believed evil announced itself clearly. Luien listened. Cedric rested both hands against the stone railing. Bandits looked like bandits. Traitors looked like traitors. A tired smile crossed his face briefly. Reality disappoints that belief quickly. Kale understood. The most dangerous enemies often wore legitimacy. Titles. Uniforms. Smiles. Do you think House Verdun is involved? Luien asked. Cedric answered carefully. I think powerful people rarely move without reason. Wind stirred across the distant forests. Far south, beyond layers of darkness and cedar trees, Black Creek waited silently. Watching. Then Cedric asked something unexpected. Are you afraid? Kale considered the question honestly. Yes. Not of death. Not exactly. Failure frightened him more. Watching ordinary people crushed beneath forces they barely understood. That frightened him. Cedric nodded slowly. Good. Luien looked toward him. The Baron's eyes remained fixed on the distant frontier. Men without fear become reckless. Silence settled again. Then Cedric spoke one final sentence before leaving. But men ruled by fear become useful to others. Kale remained alone on the gallery afterward, staring toward Black Creek beneath moonlit clouds. And somewhere in those forests, someone was shaping fear deliberately. Which meant eventually, someone would need to answer it. The next morning arrived wrapped in silver mist. Dawn bells echoed from the distant monastery beyond the hills, soft and hollow through the cold spring air. The village of Dunmire woke slowly, smoke rising from chimneys, chickens wandering muddy paths, fishermen pushing their narrow boats into the river. And inside the old Vale house, Cale sat awake long before sunrise. The candle beside him had already burned halfway down. Books surrounded him. Not magic books. Not sword manuals. Ledgers. Tax records. Trade tallies. Grain measurements. Land agreements. At first glance they looked unbearably dull. But Cale read them with complete focus. Because war was never won by swords alone. Armies marched on grain. Kings ruled through coin. And rebellion began when peasants became hungry enough to stop fearing death. He turned another page slowly. The northern routes had become unstable. Less salt arriving from the coast. Iron shipments delayed. River tariffs increasing. Bandit activity rising near the eastern crossings. Small things. Tiny fractures. But Cale had once watched entire kingdoms collapse from fractures exactly like these. The Empire of Valen did not realize it yet. But something beneath the surface was rotting. A quiet knock came from the door. Cale. Myra entered carrying bread and hot broth. The moment she saw the books scattered everywhere, she frowned. You stayed awake all night. A little. That means yes. She set the tray down with narrowed eyes. You're 14, not 70. Cale almost smiled. Almost. Myra stopped beside the desk and looked down at the papers. You actually understand these? Some. These are Lord Heron's records. He leaves them unattended too often. You sound like an old advisor. Cale looked toward the window. Maybe old men simply repeat the same mistakes every generation. Myra studied him quietly. There were moments lately. Small moments. Where Cale no longer felt like the quiet boy she had grown up beside. Not in a frightening way. But in a way she could not explain. Sometimes his eyes looked too tired. Too knowing. As though he had seen places no child should see. But then he would help old farmers repair fences or carry water for widows without complaint. And that contradiction unsettled her more than anything else. You've changed, she said softly. Cale's hand paused over the ledger. Dangerous words. He answered carefully. People change. Not this much. Silence lingered. Then Myra sat across from him. The village talks about you now. That sounds unpleasant. It is. He sighed faintly. The bore. The bore, she agreed. Stories had spread. Of course they had. A 14-year-old boy killing a full-grown black boar with a wood axe was impossible enough already. But villagers exaggerated. Now some claimed Cale had wrestled the beast barehanded. Others claimed he used hidden night techniques. One drunk farmer insisted Cale was secretly the bastard son of a southern warlord. Villages were efficient breeding grounds for stupidity. Cale rubbed his temple. I should have let it escape. It would have killed Tamash. I know. Myra watched him quietly again. You don't regret saving him? No. Then stop looking troubled. Because trouble never came from doing difficult things. It came from being noticed afterward. Cale changed the subject. You're heading to the market today? Yes. Why? Watch the traders. What am I watching for? Fear. She blinked. That's vague. Merchants speak differently when routes become unsafe. Myra stared. You really do sound ancient. Cale finally laughed softly. A real laugh this time. And for a brief moment, the heaviness around him disappeared. By midday, the village market had become crowded. Travelers arrived from nearby settlements. Carts rolled through muddy roads. Children ran between stalls. Kale moved quietly through the crowd beside Myra. He listened more than he spoke. Always listening. A merchant complained about increased tolls from Western lords. Another spoke of missing caravans near the border forests. Someone mentioned soldiers moving south. Not royal soldiers. Private retainers. That mattered. When nobles began moving personal troops quietly, it usually meant one thing. They expected instability. Kale stopped near a blacksmith stall. The smith, old Brenner, hammered iron while cursing under his breath. Steel prices rose again, Brenner muttered. At this rate only nobles will afford proper blades. Kale picked up a horseshoe casually. Poor iron quality. Too brittle. Rushed production. Another sign. Where's the ore from? Kale asked. Eastern mines. Kale frowned slightly. Eastern ore was usually cleaner. Unless demand had suddenly exceeded supply. Meaning someone was buying iron aggressively. Weapons. Armor. Preparation. His thoughts deepened. Then suddenly, the market noise shifted. Not loudly, but sharply. People moved aside instinctively. Conversations lowered. Kale turned. 3 mounted riders entered the village square. Dark blue cloaks. Silverhawk insignia. Noble retainers. Not local ones. The villagers bowed their heads quickly. One rider removed his helmet. Young. Sharp-faced. Confident in the way only armed nobility could be. His gaze swept across the market with open disinterest. Then stopped. On Kale. Only for a moment. But Kale noticed. The young noble dismounted slowly. Which one of you is Rowanvale's son? Silence spread instantly. Myra stiffened beside Kale. The villagers exchanged nervous glances. Then Kale stepped forward calmly. I am. The noble studied him. You're smaller than I expected. That's unfortunate. One of the retainers snorted suddenly, trying to hide laughter. The noble's eyebrow twitched. Interesting. Not cruel, then. Just proud. There are rumors about you, the young man said. Villages survive on rumors. And some rumors attract attention. That was exactly what Kale feared. The noble stepped closer. I am Lucien Valebrook. The name hit the crowd immediately. Even Myra inhaled sharply. House Valebrook. One of the western frontier houses. Old blood. Military lineage. Close ties to the crown. Not powerful enough to rival the great dukes. But respected enough that their movements mattered. Lucien crossed his arms. My father heard a village boy killed a black boar alone. Exaggerated. You deny it? I deny most stories told by drunk farmers. Again, one retainer nearly left. Lucien stared another second. Then unexpectedly, he smiled. Small. Sharp. You speak strangely. So I'm told. Lucien glanced toward the old practice axe hanging from Kale's belt. Can you fight? Kale answered immediately. No. Myra nearly choked. Lucien looked openly unconvinced. You killed a black boar. With luck. Luck is unreliable. Yet people worship it constantly. Lucien's eyes narrowed with growing curiosity. Not hostility. Interest. Dangerous in its own way. Then the young noble said something that made the entire market fall silent. Come to Valebrook territory. Myra froze. Even the villagers stared. Lucien continued calmly. My father values capable men. I'm not a man. Then become one. Kale said nothing. Because this was how the world began pulling people into its currents. One invitation. One opportunity. One step away from obscurity. And eventually, blood followed. Lucien tilted his head slightly. Well. Cale looked past him. Toward the distant western roads disappearing beyond the hills. Toward castles. Politics. War. Power. Toward the world he had once drowned in. Then quietly. I'll think about it. But deep inside. For the first time since his reincarnation. Cale could feel fate beginning to move again. That night, rain fell over Dunmire. Not a storm. Just a slow, endless drizzle that turned roads to mud and wrapped the village in cold silence. Most homes darkened early. Candles were precious. Firewood more so. But inside the Vale house, light still flickered beneath Cale's door. Myra stood outside it for several seconds before knocking once. You're awake. I know, Cale answered from inside. She opened the door without waiting. Cale sat beside the small window, sharpening the old woodcutter's axe with careful, steady movements. The repetitive scrape of stone against metal filled the room. He looked thoughtful. Too thoughtful. Myra crossed her arms. You're considering it? The invitation. Yes. Cale did not answer immediately. Rain tapped softly against the shutters. Finally. Yes. Myra looked away first. That irritated her more than she expected. You barely know him. I don't need to know him. That sounds stupid. It usually is. She frowned. Then why? Cale rested the axe across his knees. Because men like Lucy and Valebrook do not travel personally to villages for entertainment. He's a noble. Exactly. Nobles valued time above nearly everything. If a young heir rode several days to investigate rumors personally, it meant House Valebrook was searching for something. Or preparing for something. Cale's eyes lowered slightly. The kingdom was becoming unstable faster than he expected. Myra sat across from him quietly. Are things really getting worse outside the village? Yes. You sound certain. I am. How? Cale almost answered honestly. Because I have seen this before. Instead he said. Patterns repeat. Myra studied him in silence again. That strange feeling returned. Sometimes talking to Cale felt less like speaking with someone her age. And more like speaking with a veteran who had simply grown tired. You think war is coming, she said carefully. Cale did not respond. But silence was answer enough. The rain continued. Then Myra asked quietly. If you leave, are you coming back? Cale's fingers stopped moving on the whetstone. The question pierced deeper than expected. In his previous life, there had never been a place to return to. Only battlefields. Orders. Death marches. Temporary camps soaked in blood and smoke. No home. No warmth. No one waiting. But this life. This village had slowly become dangerous in a different way. Because he had started caring about it. And caring created weakness. Or perhaps, he thought bitterly, it created humanity. I don't know, he answered honestly. Myra nodded once. She hated that answer. But she respected it. Then she stood. Father's asleep already. He worked the river all day. Cale nodded. The eastern current's stronger lately, she continued. He said the river's changing. Cale's eyes sharpened slightly. Changing how? Deeper near the southern bend. That mattered. Rivers did not deepen suddenly without reason. Heavy upstream movement could alter flow patterns. Large transport activity. Possibly military. Cale stood immediately and moved toward the shelf where old regional maps rested. Myra blinked. You're doing it again. Doing what? Looking at normal things like their battlefield reports. Cale froze for half a heartbeat. Then slowly exhaled. Maybe I am. He unfolded the faded map carefully. The southern bend connected toward the interior waterways leading near 3 minor territories, and one of them bordered Valebrook lands. Interesting. Very interesting. House Valebrook was moving. Quietly. Not openly enough to alarm neighboring nobles, but enough to prepare. Cale stared at the map in silence. Then another realization settled heavily into place. Lucien's visit may not have been coincidence at all. House Valebrook might already be searching for talented commoners. Not knights. Not trained soldiers. Potential assets. Before conflict officially began, Myra watched his expression darken. What is it? Cale folded the map slowly. The kingdom's nobles are dividing themselves. Her face paled slightly. You're sure? No. A pause. But I would wager my life on it. And that was the problem. Because Cale's instincts had once been sharpened through decades of surviving wars. He recognized the scent of coming conflict the way hunters recognized blood in water. And now, he smelled it everywhere. 3 days later, Lucien Valebrook remained in Dunmire. Officially, he claimed he was inspecting Western River conditions for his father. Unofficially, he spent most of his time observing Cale. The young noble was clever enough not to pressure him directly. That alone made him dangerous. Most nobles demanded. Lucien watched. And thinkers were far more troublesome than tyrants. The two of them stood near the riverside that afternoon while fishermen repaired damaged nets nearby. Lucien skipped a stone across the water. You move like a soldier. Cale answered without looking at him. I chop wood. No farmer walks like that. Then perhaps your nobles are too sheltered. Lucien smirked faintly. You dislike nobles. I dislike power without responsibility. That sounds political. That sounds obvious. Another stone skipped across the river. Lucien glanced sideways. My father says the kingdom is rotting. Interesting. Not weakening. Rotting. A much more dangerous word. Cale remained silent. Lucien continued. The royal court raises taxes every year while border territories fend for themselves. Merchant guilds buy influence openly. Southern nobles hire private armies. His eyes narrowed. And everyone pretends everything is stable. Cale finally looked at him directly. And what do you think? Lucien was quiet for several seconds. Then. I think something is coming. Good. The boy was not blind. That made him worth respecting. But also potentially worth fearing. Lucien suddenly smiled again. You know, most people panic when speaking to nobles. Most nobles enjoy that too much. A laugh escaped Lucien before he could stop it. Nearby fishermen stared openly now. Seeing a noble laugh casually with a villager was surreal enough already. Then Lucien's expression shifted slightly. More serious. If war comes, he said quietly, people like you die first. Cale's gaze returned to the river. No, he answered softly. People like me survive first. For a moment, true silence settled between them. Because something in Cale's voice had changed. Cold. Ancient. Heavy with memory. Lucien felt it instinctively. And for the first time since arriving in Dunmire, the young noble truly understood something unsettling. This village boy was hiding far more than simple talent. That evening, Lucien requested a duel. Not publicly. Not in the village square where pride and rumor would poison everything. He asked quietly. Directly. The two of them stood near the abandoned grain field west of Dunmire while dusk settled over the hills in muted gold. Wind bent the tall grass softly. No retainers. No audience. Only Myra, standing several paces away with visible annoyance. This is idiotic, she muttered. Lucien ignored her. Cale looked at the wooden practice sword in his hand with deep dissatisfaction. Too light. Poor balance. Weak grip. But acceptable. Lucien rolled his shoulders and drew his own training blade. Unlike Kale's rough practice weapon, Lucien's was crafted properly weighted oak reinforced with iron lining near the center. Night training equipment. Expensive. You said you can't fight, Lucien said. I can't. You killed a black boar. With luck. I'm beginning to hate that answer. Kale said nothing. The truth was complicated. Could he fight? Yes. But his current body could not fully execute what his mind remembered. His balance remained imperfect. His muscles underdeveloped. His stamina mediocre. A veteran trapped inside an unfinished weapon. Lucien lowered into stance. A real one. Not ceremonial. Kale noticed immediately. Interesting. Weight centered. Shoulders relaxed. Eyes focused on the chest instead of the blade. House Veilbrook trained properly. Ready? Lucien asked. No. Lucien attacked anyway. Good. Never wait for permission in battle. The wooden sword came fast. Faster than most trained adults in the village could react. A downward strike flowing immediately into a side cut. Efficient. Disciplined. Kale stepped back once. Then again. Minimal movement. Barely enough. Lucien's eyes sharpened. Because Kale wasn't dodging randomly. He was conserving energy. Reading rhythm. The third strike came low. Kale pivoted sideways. Wood cracked against empty air. Then. Tap. Kale's practice sword touched Lucien's wrist lightly. Not hard enough to injure. Just enough. Lucien froze. Myra blinked. Silence. Kale lowered the sword calmly. You overcommit after your second transition. Lucien stared. What? Your stance widens during chained attacks. Against slower opponents it creates pressure. Against faster opponents it exposes your weapon arm. Lucien's expression changed instantly. Because that observation was correct. Painfully correct. His fencing instructor had criticized that exact flaw for years. How do you know that? Kale shrugged. Lucky guess. Lucien almost threw his sword at him. Stop saying that. The duel resumed. This time Lucien attacked more carefully. No wasted motion. No reckless aggression. And Kale immediately approved. Adaptable. Another rare quality. Their wooden swords clashed softly in the fading light. Lucien pressed forward with Noble Academy techniques, clean footwork, controlled combinations, disciplined structure. Kale responded with the smallest movements possible. A shift of the shoulder. A half step. Tiny redirections. Nothing flashy. Nothing overwhelming. But terrifyingly efficient. Myra slowly realized something strange. Kale never blocked directly. He guided attacks away. Like water bending around stone. Again. 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 Lucien's breathing gradually grew heavier. Kale's did not. Not because he possessed superior stamina. But because he wasted almost no movement at all. Finally Lucien stopped and lowered his sword. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Kale barely looked winded. How? Lucien asked quietly. Kale remained silent for a moment. Then he answered honestly. Most people misunderstand swordsmanship. Lucien frowned. They think victory belongs to the stronger man. Kale looked toward the darkening horizon. But strength is only one part. Then what matters most? Kale's voice became distant. Control. The word carried weight. Heavy enough that even Myra felt it? Kale continued quietly. A battle is not chaos. It only appears chaotic to those who panic. His eyes lowered toward the practice sword. Distance. Breathing. fear, exhaustion, terrain, timing, intent. Every fight follows rules. Lucien listened carefully now. Completely serious. And the best swordsman? He asked. Cale's gaze darkened faintly. The best swordsman is the one who controls which rules exist. Silence followed. Wind moved through the grass. Far away, crows crossed the evening sky. Lucien slowly lowered his blade completely. You speak like someone who's fought wars. Cale almost answered. Instead he said, I read old books. That is the greatest lie I've ever heard. Myra snorted unexpectedly. Lucien looked between them before suddenly laughing under his breath. Not mocking. Genuine. Then his expression turned thoughtful. You know, he said slowly, my father would become obsessed with you. That sounds unhealthy. It probably is. Cale handed the wooden sword back. The moment he released it, pain flared sharply through his arm. His fingers twitched. Muscle strain. His body had reached its limit much earlier than Lucien realized. He had simply hidden it. Lucien noticed anyway. You're injured. No. You just flinched. My hand slipped. Another lie. A poor one this time. Lucien stared for a second longer before speaking quietly. You push yourself too hard. Cale almost laughed at the irony. If Lucien had seen the man he once was. The monster who marched across battlefields for weeks without rest. This version would appear painfully restrained. But perhaps that was precisely why this life mattered. Because for the first time, he was learning limits again. Human ones. Myra suddenly stepped between them. That's enough. Lucien raised an eyebrow. You sound protective. I sound reasonable. She grabbed Cale's wrist before he could object. The moment her fingers touched his forearm, she frowned deeply. His muscles were trembling. You idiot, she muttered quietly. Cale looked away. Lucien watched the interaction silently. And something settled uneasily in his chest. Jealousy? No. Not exactly. More like realization. Cale Vale had roots here. Real ones. The villagers trusted him. Myra cared about him. This place mattered to him. Which meant House Valebrook's invitation was no simple opportunity. It was a choice that could uproot an entire life. Lucien understood that now. And strangely, it made him respect Cale even more. As the last sunlight disappeared beyond the hills, Lucien finally spoke. The offer remains open. Cale nodded once. I know. Then the young noble turned and began walking back toward the village. But before leaving completely, he paused. Without turning around, he said quietly. If war truly comes. His voice became colder. Men like us won't be allowed peaceful lives forever. Then he walked away into the deepening dusk. And Cale stood silently in the wind. Knowing Lucien was right. The first death came with the rain. A trader from the eastern road. Middle-aged. Unknown to most of Dunmire. They found him near the riverbank at dawn, half submerged in mud and reeds while cold rain fell over the valley. By midday the entire village had gathered near the old storage barn where the body had been carried. Whispers spread rapidly. Bandits. Mercenaries. River thieves? But Cale knew better the moment he saw the corpse. The man had been killed cleanly. One precise wound beneath the ribs. Professional. Not rage. Not panic. Not robbery. Execution. Cale crouched silently beside the body while villagers muttered nervously around him. Lucien stood nearby with two retainers, expression grim. The dead trader's cart had been recovered several kilometers upstream. Untouched. Coin purse still present. Supplies intact. Nothing stolen. Which meant the killer had not wanted wealth. Only silence. Kale's gaze moved toward the trader's hands. Ink stains. Ledger calluses. Not a fighter. A courier perhaps. Or a financial runner. Interesting. Very interesting. Village elder Tomasz rubbed his beard uneasily. We should notify the nearest lord immediately. Lucien answered first. I already sent a rider. Good. Fast response. Again, House Valebrook impressed Kale more than expected. Most noble sons their age would still be vomiting behind a barn after seeing a corpse. Lucien remained calm. Controlled. But tense. He understood the implication. This wasn't random violence. Kale studied the wound again. Thin blade. Precise angle. Entered upward through the liver. The victim probably died within minutes. No struggle. Meaning either. The victim trusted the killer. Or the killer moved exceptionally fast. Kale stood slowly. Myra noticed his expression immediately. You know something? No. Liar. He ignored that. Lucien approached quietly. What do you think? Kale looked toward the gray river. I think this man was running from something. Why? His boots. Lucien frowned. Kale pointed. The left heel's damaged unevenly. Lucien crouched closer. Mud partially concealed it, but Kale was correct. Heavy wear near the outer edge. He'd been walking long distances recently, Kale continued. Fast enough to damage posture. Lucien's eyes narrowed. Travel urgency. Yes. And the killer caught him here. Kale nodded faintly. Myra crossed her arms. You noticed all that from boots? Kale answered absent-mindedly. Dead men speak constantly. Most people simply fail to listen. The sentence unsettled everyone nearby. Especially because Kale said it so naturally. Lucien slowly stood. Who taught you this? Kale's gaze lingered on the corpse. Experience. Too honest. Lucien noticed. But before he could question further, one of the retainers approached quickly. My lord. Lucien turned. The retainer lowered his voice. We found documents hidden in the cart. Kale's attention sharpened instantly. Lucien noticed. And after a brief hesitation, he gestured. Bring them. The retainer returned carrying a leather satchel soaked by rain. Inside were rolled papers sealed in wax. Trade records. Shipping agreements. River permits. At first glance, ordinary. Then Lucien's expression changed. These tariffs are impossible. Kale stepped beside him. The numbers were absurd. Southern river tolls had tripled within 2 months. Private military expenditures hidden through merchant accounts. Unregistered grain movement. And most concerning, multiple noble houses purchasing steel in unusual quantities. Quietly. Discreetly. Preparing. Lucien exhaled slowly. This is bad. No, Kale said quietly. Lucien looked at him. This is early. That was worse. Because early signs meant there was still time for powerful people to maneuver in shadows. Once war became visible, the killing truly began. The rain intensified. Villagers slowly dispersed, frightened by tensions they barely understood. But Kale remained staring at the papers. One seal caught his attention. House Dineris. His eyes narrowed slightly. A southern noble house. Rich. Politically ambitious. Close to the royal court. And deeply dangerous in his previous life. Not these exact people, perhaps. But the type. He remembered men like them. Smiling politicians who started wars from warm dining halls while peasants burned in frozen fields. Lucien folded the documents carefully. These need to reach my father. Kale nodded. Yes. Lucien hesitated. Then quietly. Come with us. Myra stiffened immediately. Cale remained still. Lucien continued before anyone could interrupt. You already understand what this means. Better than most trained adults I know. His voice lowered. If things worsen, Dunmire won't stay untouched. That was true. Painfully true. Small villages always suffered first during instability. No walls. No standing soldiers. No political value. Perfect victims. Myra looked furious now. You're asking him to leave because of one dead traitor. Lucien met her gaze calmly. I'm asking because the kingdom is changing. And nobles caused most of those problems in the first place. Lucien accepted the accusation without argument. Interesting again. No defensive pride. No arrogance. Just quiet acknowledgement. Cale noticed that too. The boy had potential to become either a remarkable ruler or a terrifying enemy. The difference would depend entirely on the years ahead. Cale looked toward the rain-covered village. Children still ran through muddy streets unaware of danger. Fishermen repaired nets. Women carried water home. Normal life continued. Fragile. Temporary. He remembered villages exactly like this burning under black skies while armies marched through them without care. And for the first time since reincarnating, Cale felt genuine fear. Not for himself. For others. That realization unsettled him deeply. Because once you feared losing people, you became vulnerable. Lucien spoke again. You don't have to answer immediately. Cale nodded slowly. I know. Then suddenly. Hoofbeats. Fast. A rider burst through the muddy road leading into the village. Horse exhausted. Foam at its mouth. The rider nearly fell while dismounting. Lucien's retainers moved instantly. Weapons half drawn. The messenger staggered forward, breathing hard. My lord. His face was pale. Terrified. What happened? Lucien demanded. The messenger swallowed hard. Then said the words that made the air itself seem colder. House Arden's border fortress fell last night. Silence. Absolute silence. Even the rain suddenly sounded distant. Lucien stared. That's impossible. No survivors confirmed yet, the messenger said shakily. Reports say internal betrayal opened the gates. Cale closed his eyes briefly. There it was. The beginning. Not open war. Not officially. But the first fracture had finally broken. And once noble houses started turning against each other openly, the kingdom would never return to what it was before. That night, no one in Dunmire slept peacefully. The news spread faster than fire through dry grass. House Arden's border fortress had stood for nearly 80 years. It guarded one of the eastern crossings into the kingdom, a hard stone stronghold built during the old northern invasions. People believed places like that were permanent. Unshakable. So when something ancient suddenly collapsed overnight, fear followed naturally. Inside the Vale house, Rowan sat silently near the hearth while Myra paced restlessly. You think war already started, she said. It was not a question. Cale sat across from them, expression unreadable in the firelight. Not openly, he answered. That means yes. Yes. The room fell quiet again. Rowan finally spoke, voice rough from years on the river. When I was younger, my father told me something. He stared into the flames. Real wars begin long before soldiers march. Cale looked at him carefully. Rowan rarely spoke about politics. I thought he meant greed, Rowan continued. But now, he shook his head slowly. I think he meant fear. Cale felt a faint respect stir inside him. The old fisherman understood more than most nobles. Fear was always the true beginning. Kings feared losing power. Nobles feared losing influence. Merchants feared losing wealth. And ordinary people feared being crushed beneath all of it. Myra stopped pacing. What happens now? Cale answered honestly. Everyone waits. That sounds stupid. It is. She frowned. Then why do it? Because no one wants to be the first person blamed for starting a civil war. That was the truth of politics. Even ambitious men preferred others to ignite the fire first. Public justification mattered. Always. Lucien had explained enough already for Cale to understand the kingdom's current balance. The royal family was weakening. Several noble houses had grown too powerful. Trade guilds controlled increasing amounts of coin. And border territories felt abandoned. A kingdom could survive one problem. Not all of them at once. Rowan leaned back heavily. If fighting spreads this far. He didn't finish. He didn't need to. Dunmire would not survive armies moving through the region. Villages never did. Cale's eyes lowered slightly. In his previous life, he had once marched through a starving town after a failed siege. The soldiers had taken grain first. Then livestock. Then anything else worth carrying. By winter, half the town was dead. He still remembered the silence. Not screams. Not chaos. Just silence. The kind that settled after people lost hope completely. Cale pushed the memory away. This life was different. It had to be. The next morning, Lucien prepared to leave. Rain clouds still hung low over the hills as horses were loaded near the village entrance. The young noble stood beside his retainers checking supplies while villagers watched nervously from a distance. Everyone understood now. Important things were happening far beyond Dunmire. And powerful people were beginning to move. Cale approached quietly. Lucien looked up immediately. You decided? No. Lucien exhaled through his nose. You enjoy being difficult. It builds character. That sounds like something an old instructor would say. Cale almost smiled. Almost. Lucien studied him for several seconds. Then his expression became serious again. My father will fortify Valebrook territory soon. Cale nodded. Smart. You really believe conflict is unavoidable? Cale looked toward the western horizon. By the time ordinary people hear about war, he said quietly, the powerful have usually been preparing for months. Lucien didn't argue. Because he knew Cale was right. The messenger last night had confirmed it. The fall of House Arden's fortress was too organized. Too precise. Someone had planned this carefully. And if betrayal opened the gates, then conspiracies had already spread deep among the nobility. Lucien lowered his voice slightly. There are rumors the royal court is hiding information. Of course they are. You say that very confidently. Panic destroys kingdoms faster than swords. Lucien stared at him again with that same unsettling curiosity. Every conversation with Cale felt wrong somehow. Not because Cale sounded intelligent, but because he spoke like someone who had already witnessed these events before. As though history was repeating itself in front of him. Lucien suddenly asked, what are you afraid of? The question caught Cale off guard. For several seconds, he said nothing. Then finally, attachment. Lucien blinked. That's your answer? Yes. Not death. No. Cale's gaze drifted toward the village. Toward Myra helping an old woman carry water buckets. Toward Rowan repairing fishing rope outside the house. Toward smoke rising peacefully from chimneys. This world makes people soft, Cale said quietly. Lucien frowned. That sounds bitter. It's dangerous. No, Lucien answered slowly. That sounds human. Cale fell silent. Because once, long ago, he had believed humanity itself was weakness. Compassion slowed warriors. Love created hesitation. Mercy got soldiers killed. That belief had shaped his entire previous life. And where had it led him? An empty death on a battlefield no one even remembered. Lucien mounted his horse. "If you come west," he said, "bring that axe." Cale raised an eyebrow. "The woodcutter's axe. You use it like a veteran uses a sword." That was concerningly observant. Lucien smirked faintly. "Besides," he added, "I want to know what kind of lunatic kills a black boar with forestry equipment." Myra walked over carrying a cloth bundle. "For the road," she said flatly. Lucien accepted it carefully. "Thank you. You're still arrogant. And you're still rude." "Good." Lucien laughed quietly. Then his expression softened slightly as he looked at Cale one final time. "When things change," he said, "don't wait too long to choose where you stand." Then the riders departed. Hooves faded gradually into the mist-covered hills until silence returned to Dunmire once more. But the village no longer felt the same. The illusion had broken. People sensed it now. Something vast was moving beneath the kingdom's surface. And eventually, even remote places like this would be dragged into it. Cale stood watching the empty road long after the riders disappeared. Myra approached beside him quietly. "You trust him?" Cale considered carefully. "No. That bad. That realistic." She crossed her arms. "But you respect him?" "Yes." "Why?" Cale answered without hesitation. "Because he listens before speaking." Myra looked surprised. "That matters. It decides whether rulers create peace," Cale's voice darkened faintly. "Or graveyards." Wind moved through the wet grass. Then suddenly, Cale's expression changed. Subtle. Sharp. Myra noticed immediately. "What is it?" Cale looked toward the distant forest east of the village. The trees stood silent beneath gray skies. Too silent. No birds. No movement. Nothing. And after lifetimes spent surviving battlefields, Cale had learned one terrifying truth. Nature always noticed danger before humans did. His hands slowly tightened around the axe at his side. Someone was watching the village. Cale did not speak immediately. He simply watched the eastern tree lean while cold wind moved across the fields. Myra followed his gaze. "At the forest?" "Yes. I don't see anything." "That's the problem." Birdsong had vanished completely. Even insects seemed quieter. To ordinary people, it meant nothing. To soldiers, hunters, and predators, it meant intrusion. Cale turned calmly. "Go tell Rowan to keep everyone inside after dark tonight." Myra frowned. "You really think someone's out there?" "Yes." "What kind of someone?" Cale's eyes remained on the distant woods. "The careful kind." And careful enemies survived the longest. That evening, Dunmire locked itself behind barred doors and shuttered windows. Villagers obeyed reluctantly at first. Then fully after several dogs began barking wildly near the eastern road. Rain returned after sunset. Thin. Cold. Endless. Cale sat alone beneath the covered porch outside the Vale house with the woodcutter's axe resting across his knees. Watching. Waiting. His breathing remained slow and steady. This body was still weak. That frustrated him more than anything. In his previous life, sensing danger had been enough. His body reacted instantly. Now everything lagged behind his mind. His muscles lacked explosive force. His reflexes remained incomplete. Even his stamina disappointed him. But slowly, very slowly, the gap was shrinking. Cale closed his eyes briefly. Then inhaled. Mana. The world called it many names. Breath. Flow. Ether. spirit current. But fundamentally, it was life interacting with the world itself. Most people could only sense fragments unconsciously. Knights strengthened their bodies with it instinctively. Mages shaped it externally through formulas and concentration. But true masters, rare monsters born once every generation, understood something deeper. Mana was not simply energy. It was rhythm. Kale rested one hand over the axe handle, then slowly guided his breathing. Not forcing. Never forcing. The air around him felt cold against his skin. His heartbeat slowed. 1 breath. 2. 3. Tiny threads of sensation emerged faintly beneath his skin. Weak. Unstable. But real. Mana reinforcement. The first foundation of martial mastery. In his previous life, he had reached monstrous levels through endless war and near-suicidal training. Now he was rebuilding from nothing. Correctly this time. Not through brutality. Through control. Kale slowly tightened his grip. Mana flowed weakly into his forearm. Pain followed immediately. His muscles trembled. Too much strain. He released it at once. A sharp ache spread through his arm. Still far from usable in real combat. But progress existed. And real mastery was built from thousands of tiny improvements no one else noticed. A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. "You've been sitting there for hours." Myra stepped onto the porch carrying a blanket. Kale opened his eyes. "You should sleep." "So should you." She placed the blanket beside him anyway. Then sat nearby. For several minutes neither spoke. Rain tapped softly against wood and stone. Finally Myra asked quietly, "What are you doing exactly?" "Training." "With breathing?" "Yes." "That sounds fake." "It usually does." She rolled her eyes. Kale almost smiled. Then Myra studied him more carefully. "You really changed after the fever." Dangerous topic. Months ago, when Kale first awakened with memories of his previous life, his body had nearly collapsed under the shock. The village believed it had simply been severe illness. Only Myra remembered how strange he acted afterward. "How much do you remember before age 10? Kale asked suddenly. She blinked. "What?" "Specific memories." "Not much. Most people don't." Myra frowned. "What does that have to do with anything?" Kale looked out into the rain. "Memory changes people." Technically true. Just not in the way she assumed. Myra hugged her knees quietly. "You talk like you're carrying something heavy." Kale's gaze darkened slightly. Because he was. An entire lifetime. A lifetime soaked in blood, regret, victory, exhaustion, and loneliness. Some days it felt impossible that no one else could see it. Then suddenly. Snap. A branch broke somewhere beyond the eastern field. Both of them froze. Kale stood instantly. The axe slid into his hand smoothly. Myra's face paled. That wasn't an animal. No. The sound had been too deliberate. Too heavy. Kale stepped off the porch slowly. Rain soaked his clothes immediately. His breathing slowed again. Focus. Listen. The darkness beyond the fields remained still. Then. Movement. A shadow between trees. Fast. Kale moved immediately. Not recklessly. Efficiently. His feet cut through mud with minimal wasted motion as he crossed the field. Myra whispered sharply behind him. "Kale." He ignored it. The shadow retreated deeper into the forest. Good. Either scout or observer. Not assassin. Otherwise they would have approached the house directly. Kale entered the tree lean cautiously. Cold rain dripped from branches overhead. The forest smelled of wet earth and moss. Silence. Then suddenly. There. A figure moving through the trees ahead. Black cloak. Light steps. Trained. Cale accelerated. Pain flared instantly through his legs. Too fast. His current body hated explosive movement. But he endured it? The cloaked figure glanced back briefly. And stumbled. Only slightly. But enough. Inexperienced under pressure. Cale closed distance rapidly. The stranger reached for a blade. Too slow. Cale's axe struck first. Not killing. The flat side slammed into the person's wrist with brutal precision. A cry escaped the darkness. The blade dropped instantly. Cale twisted forward and drove his shoulder into the figure's chest. Both crashed into muddy ground. The stranger struggled violently. Small frame. Lighter than expected. Young. Cale pinned him hard against the earth. Who sent you? No answer. The figure tried reaching for something hidden beneath the cloak. Cale caught the arm immediately. Then froze. Not a weapon. A seal. Poison capsule. Professional. The stranger tried crushing it desperately. Cale reacted instantly and slammed their wrist into the mud hard enough to dislocate it. A scream broke through the rain. Then silence. Heavy breathing. Cale stared down at the masked figure beneath him. Young. Maybe 16. Eyes filled with pain and terror. Not a hardened killer. A recruit. Used. Disposable. Cale's expression darkened. He remembered armies that operated exactly like this. Children trained into tools before they understood what they were becoming. The figure suddenly whispered through clenched teeth. They said the village was hiding someone. Cale's eyes sharpened immediately. Danger. Real danger. Who said that? The young spy laughed weakly despite the pain. You're already too late. Then. Movement behind him. Cale twisted instantly. A knife flashed from the darkness. Too fast. His body reacted on instinct alone. Mana surged violently through his muscles for the first time since reincarnating. Raw, uncontrolled, imperfect. But enough. Cale moved. The blade sliced past his ribs by inches. He countered immediately. One step. One rotation. The axe handle cracked against the attacker's throat with explosive force. The masked assassin collapsed hard into the mud without a sound. Cale staggered afterward. Pain erupted through his entire right arm. His muscles spasmed violently. But his eyes widened slightly. Because for one brief moment, his body had finally remembered. Rain poured harder now. Cold water mixed with mud and blood beneath the trees while Cale struggled to steady his breathing. His right arm trembled uncontrollably. Too much strain. The burst of mana reinforcement had worked. But barely. His muscles felt torn apart from the inside. Still. It had been real. For the first time since reincarnating, he had crossed beyond simple technique and touched genuine combat enhancement again. Even if only for a heartbeat. The unconscious assassin lay motionless nearby. The younger spy stared at Cale with visible fear now. Not just fear of death. Fear of understanding. Because that movement, that single exchange, had not belonged to a village teenager. Cale crouched slowly despite the pain in his arm. Who are you working for? The spy remained silent. Cale grabbed the dislocated wrist. Not cruelly. Precisely. Pressure alone made the youth gasp sharply. I asked a question. We don't know names, the spy hissed. Only orders. Organized cells. Compartmentalized information. Again, professional. Someone powerful was moving carefully through the region. Cale's expression hardened. How long have you been watching Dunmire? A week. Too fast. That meant attention had reached the village almost immediately after the Black Boar rumors spread. Or after Lucien arrived. Possibly both. What were your orders? The spy hesitated. Kale increased pressure slightly. Observe, the youth spat out. Report unusual people. Especially fighters. Kale's eyes narrowed. So the kingdom's instability had already reached intelligence-gathering stages. Noble houses were searching for assets. Potential threats. Talented commoners. Veterans. Mercenaries. Anyone useful before larger conflict erupted. The second assassin confirmed that. This wasn't bandit work. These were trained scouts. Myra suddenly burst through the trees behind him carrying a lantern. Kale. She stopped instantly upon seeing the scene. Two masked figures in the mud. One unconscious. One restrained. And Kale kneeling between them with cold eyes she barely recognized. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Then Myra whispered. What happened? Kale stood slowly. Pain shot through his body immediately. He hit it? Scouts. Scouts for who? I don't know yet. The younger spy laughed weakly through clenched teeth. You think villages matter? Kale looked down at him. No, he answered quietly. I think people in power always underestimate what matters. The spy fell silent. Myra moved closer carefully. Her face had gone pale. You're hurt? No. You're bleeding. Kale glanced at his side. The knife had barely grazed him. But even shallow cuts bled heavily in rain. Annoying. Myra stepped forward immediately. Sit down. I'm fine. That wasn't a request. Kale almost objected again. Then stopped. Because Myra's hands were shaking. Not from disgust. From fear. For him. That realization struck unexpectedly hard. In his previous life, injuries had been statistics. Measured. Ignored. Endured. No one worried unless a soldier could no longer fight. But now. Someone looked frightened simply because he was bleeding. Kale sat quietly against a tree while Myra wrapped cloth around a cut with irritated precision. You chased armed strangers into the forest alone, she muttered. Yes. That's insane. Probably. You could have died. Kale looked at the rain falling through the dark branches overhead. Yes. Myra tied the bandage harder than necessary. Idiot. Nearby, the restrained spy suddenly stared at Kale strangely. Why didn't you kill me? Myra froze. Kale answered calmly. You're a child. The youth looked stunned. I tried to kill you. That doesn't change the first part. Silence followed. Then the spy laughed bitterly. You really are strange. Kale said nothing. Because once. Long ago. He would have killed both infiltrators without hesitation. Efficient. Logical. Safe. The old him would have considered mercy stupidity. But this life kept changing him in small ways. And honestly, he didn't know whether to resent that or protect it. Eventually village men arrived carrying hunting spears and lanterns. Rowan among them. The moment he saw the unconscious assassin, his expression hardened immediately. These aren't bandits. No, Kale agreed. One older hunter crouched near the fallen attacker. Knife quality's expensive, he muttered. Urban forged. Another bad sign. Professional operatives reaching rural villages meant instability had spread farther than most people realized. Rowan looked toward Kale carefully. You fought both. Myra answered before he could. Yes. Alone. Several villagers stared openly. Kale immediately regretted this entire situation. Attention was becoming dangerous. The older hunter suddenly asked. Boy, where'd you learn to move like that? Kale's mind worked quickly. Then he answered. An old traveler stayed here years ago. Myra blinked slightly. The villagers exchanged glances. Reasonable enough. Remote villages often hosted wandering mercenaries or retired soldiers temporarily. The hunter nodded slowly. Not fully convinced, but accepting it for now. Good enough. Then Rowan looked toward the captured spy. What do we do with them? The question darkened the entire group. Because now reality became unavoidable. This was no longer rumor or distant politics. Enemies had entered Dunmire directly. Kale answered first. Send word to House Valebrook. Some villagers stiffened nervously at involving nobles further. But Rowan nodded immediately. Agreed. Smart. Very smart. At this point, remaining isolated would only make the village vulnerable. Political neutrality rarely protected weak places during unstable times. The restrained spy suddenly spoke again. They won't save you. No one answered. The youth's expression became hollow. When the houses start fighting, villages disappear first. Silence settled heavily. Because everyone knew he was telling the truth. Kale studied him quietly. Brainwashed perhaps? Or simply experienced enough to understand reality already? Either way, dangerous times created people like this. Children raised into tools before adulthood even began. Kale looked toward the dark forest beyond the lantern light. Then inwardly. He made a decision. Not fully. Not yet. But the shape of it had begun forming. If conflict truly approached, remaining weak was no longer acceptable. Not if he wanted to protect anything this time. The thought settled heavily in his chest. Because strength always demanded sacrifice eventually. Always. And Kale feared the day this peaceful life would ask what he was willing to become again. The next weeks changed everything. Not suddenly. Slowly. Quietly. Like cracks spreading beneath ice before the surface finally shattered. Messengers began riding through western roads more frequently. Merchant caravans traveled with armed escorts now. Prices in local markets rose almost every week. Salt. Iron. Lamp oil. Especially iron. That alone told Kale enough. Kingdoms preparing for peace did not consume steel this aggressively. Dunmire itself became tense after the forest incident. Parents called children home earlier. Hunters traveled in groups. Night watches were organized for the first time in years. And Kale trained. Every day. Before dawn and after sunset. Not dramatic training. No screaming. No impossible breakthroughs. Just repetition. Relentless repetition. Because true mastery was boring before it became terrifying. At sunrise, Kale ran the riverside trails carrying stones tied inside rough cloth sacks. At first his body hated it. His lungs burned. His legs cramped. His shoulders felt like splitting apart. Good. Weakness revealed itself through strain. The body could not improve while comfortable. But Kale remained careful. That mattered most. In his previous life, training had been brutality disguised as discipline. Boys pushed until tendons tore. Soldiers forced beyond exhaustion. Mana channels overloaded recklessly for faster growth. It created monsters quickly. And destroyed them just as quickly. This time Kale refused that path. Steady foundations. Perfect breathing. Controlled movement. Efficient force. Every morning he practiced balance barefoot on wet river stones. Every afternoon he swung a woodcutter's axe hundreds of times. Not wildly. Precisely. Same angle. Same posture. Same motion. Again. 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 The villagers thought he was obsessive. They were correct. Because Kale understood something most fighters never learned. Skill was not built during moments of inspiration. It was built during days when nothing seemed to improve at all. One evening Myra found him behind the old grain sheds practicing footwork alone in the rain. "You're doing it again." Kale stopped mid-step. "Doing what?" "Training like someone's hunting you." Kale considered the statement honestly. "That's possible." Myra sighed heavily. "You know, normal people rest sometimes. Normal people die surprisingly often." "That's a horrible answer." He resumed moving. Slow steps through mud. Controlled weight shifts. His feet barely splashed despite the wet ground. Myra watched silently for a while. Then frowned. "You move differently lately." Kale glanced sideways. "How?" "Lighter." Interesting observation. His reinforcement training was beginning to affect body coordination naturally. Mana, when guided correctly, slowly refined physical control itself. Most knights relied on explosive strengthening. Kale focused on integration. Subtle improvement. Smaller waist. Better timing. More efficient muscle usage. Harder to notice. Much harder to counter. Myra suddenly asked, "Can you teach me?" Kale stopped completely. The rain fell softly between them. "Why?" She crossed her arms. "Because dangerous people keep appearing around a village." "Reasonable." And I don't enjoy feeling helpless." Kale studied her quietly. In his previous life, women rarely trained unless noble-born or military-affiliated. This world appeared slightly different. Less rigid. Still imperfect. But better. "You'd hate it," he warned. "I probably already hate you, so that's fine." Kale almost smiled. Almost. Then he nodded once. "Tomorrow morning." Myra blinked. "That's it?" "You expected dramatic refusal." "A little." "Sounds exhausting." She snorted despite herself. Then her expression softened slightly. "Thank you." Kale looked away first. Because gratitude still made him uncomfortable. Training Myra revealed something important. She possessed excellent instincts. Not natural combat talent exactly. But awareness. Balance. Rhythm. Reaction timing. More importantly, she listened. Most beginners tried overpowering technique through effort. Myra adapted quickly instead. Kale respected that immensely. "Again," he said. Myra groaned. "You've said that 200 times. Then prepare for 300. You're enjoying this." "No." "Lie." "A small one." Watching someone improve honestly was strangely satisfying. Myra attacked again with the wooden staff. Too tense. Kale redirected the strike easily and tapped her shoulder with the axe handle. "You overcommit." "That's literally what you told Lucien." Because it was true then too. Myra rubbed her shoulder irritably. "You know what's unfair?" "What?" "You explain things like a 70-year-old sword master trapped in a teenager's body." Kale froze internally for half a second. Dangerous accuracy. But Myra simply continued complaining. "You even sigh like an old man." "That's because you're difficult. You trained me for 6 hours. Your footing still collapses under pressure." "I hate you." "No, you don't." She paused. Then looked away. "Maybe a little." Kale pretended not to notice the faint redness near her ears. "Safer that way." "Much safer." Weeks became months. Spring slowly shifted toward summer. And Kale grew stronger. Not overwhelmingly. Not magically. Realistically. His body thickened from labor and training. His movements sharpened. Mana reinforcement became more stable each week. Tiny progress. But constant. One morning, While practicing alone near the river, Kale finally managed sustained reinforcement through both legs simultaneously. Only for 3 breaths. But enough. The world changed instantly. The ground felt clearer beneath his feet. His balance sharpened dramatically. Even sounds seemed more distinct. Kale stepped forward and crossed nearly 4 meters in a single burst. Too fast. His control failed immediately afterward. He skidded through wet dirt and nearly crashed into a tree. Pain exploded through his calves. But Kale sat there breathing hard with something unfamiliar rising slowly inside him. Excitement. Pure excitement. Because after months of rebuilding, he had finally touched true martial acceleration again. Even imperfectly. Even briefly. It meant his old mastery was no longer just memory. It could become reality once more. Kale stared at his trembling hands quietly. Then laughed once under his breath. A small sound. But genuine. And somewhere deep inside, the warrior he once was had begun waking up. Winter came hard to the north. Not with poetry. Not with soft white snow drifting through quiet forests. Winter in Valenfort came with frozen roads, starving villages, dead livestock, and nobles pretending none of it existed. By the time Sahelan turned 13, he understood something clearly. Power was not measured by strength alone. It was measured by who ate during winter. And who froze. Underscore 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 on. The first blizzard arrived 3 weeks earlier than expected. The gray hollow fields vanished beneath ice. Trade caravans stopped coming. The western roads became death traps. Even the river near Iron Hollow began to freeze along its edges. Inside the forge, the heat became unbearable. But outside, people suffered. Sahelan noticed it immediately during one of his supply trips. A child digging through frozen refuse. A woman trading heirloom jewelry for moldy grain. An old hunter missing 2 fingers from frostbite. The north was beginning to starve. And starvation always brought violence. Underscore 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 on. One evening, Garrick spread maps across the table. The villages south of the ridge are requesting aid. Myra frowned. We barely have enough ourselves. We have enough if managed properly. Enough for us, she corrected. Silence followed. Sahelan stood nearby, listening. The old him would not have cared. In his first life, villages like these had burned every year. Weak people died. That was simply the order of things. But now, he knew names. Faces. Children who waved at him during market days. Old men who taught him fishing knots. Women who sent Myra herbs during sickness. The north was poor. But people remembered kindness here. That changed things. Underscore 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 on. What would you do? Garrick suddenly asked. Myra blinked. You're asking him. He sees clearly. Sahelan looked at the maps. Trade routes. Village markings. Forest paths. Storage houses. He thought carefully before speaking. Don't send food first. Myra frowned immediately. Garrick remained quiet. Then what? Send tools. Silence. Sahelan pointed toward the southern villages. These places still have timber. Then toward the western ridge. These villages still have livestock. Then northward. Iron Hollow still has ore and coal. Garrick's eyes narrowed slightly. Sahelen continued. If you send food, they survive a week. If you reconnect trade between them, they survive winter. Myra slowly sat down, the realization settling across her face. He continued quietly. Starving people become desperate. Desperate people become bandits. And bandits destroy roads. Then everyone starves. The room fell silent. Not because the idea was brilliant, but because it sounded frighteningly practical. Too practical for a 13-year-old. Underscore 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 on. That night, Garrick drank longer than usual. Not from worry. From realization. The boy was changing. Fast. Too fast. Underscore 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 on. The next month became chaos. Iron Hollow's forge stopped producing luxury commissions entirely. Instead, they produced axes, nails, horseshoes, cart fittings, repair tools. Sahelen worked beside the laborers from sunrise until exhaustion. His hands hardened further. His shoulders broadened. The constant hammering reshaped his body little by little. Not into a warrior. Into something sturdier. Dense. Controlled. Forged. And every night, he trained. Underscore 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 on. His swordsmanship changed again. Not dramatically. Subtly. More efficient footwork. Cleaner recovery after strikes. Less wasted motion. He began practicing with weight chains tied around his wrists beneath winter clothing. At first, even lifting steel became exhausting. But after months, his movements sharpened frighteningly fast once removed. A trick from his old life. One that nearly killed him the first time he attempted it decades ago. Now he approached it carefully. Slowly. Like a craftsman. Underscore 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 on. Edrin noticed first. During sparring, Sahelen suddenly vanished from his center line. Not through speed alone. Through timing. Edrin's strike cut empty air. Then wooden steel touched his ribs. Tap. The old knight froze. Sahelen lowered the practice blade immediately. Edrin stared quietly. Again. The second time. It happened slower. Sahelen guided the attack aside rather than avoiding it completely. Minimal force. Minimal movement. Perfect angle. The kind of technique that only appeared after thousands of repetitions. Edrin's expression darkened. Not from fear. From understanding. The boy was beginning to create a style. Not imitate one. Underscore 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 on. That frightened him. Because true styles were born from obsession. And obsession always carried a price. Underscore 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 on. Weeks later, another problem arrived. Refugees. Dozens at first. Then hundreds. Southern border conflicts had displaced entire villages. Families arrived starving and desperate. Some nobles closed their gates immediately. Others demanded absurd taxes for shelter. Iron Hollow did neither, which created a new problem. Too many mouths. Tensions rose quickly. Local workers feared losing food. Refugees feared being abandoned. Fights broke out. Knives appeared. The old world Sahelen remembered began surfacing again. Slowly. Inevitably. Underscore 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 on. One night, a brawl erupted near the grain storage. Sahelen arrived just as a man drew a rusted blade on a worker half his size. The crowd screamed. Panic spread instantly. But before the knife could fall, Sahelen stepped between them. The refugee swung immediately. Fast. Desperate. Wild. Sahelen moved once. A single redirection. The knife spun harmlessly into snow. Then Sahelen struck the man's chest with his palm. Not hard. Precise. The man collapsed gasping. Entire crowd silent. No dramatic battle. No flashy magic. Just terrifying efficiency. The kind born from real violence. Underscore 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 on. The refugee looked up in panic. Sahelen stared down at him calmly. If you draw steel for hunger once, he said quietly, you'll draw it again for anger. The man trembled. You think strength gives you the right to survive. Sahelen's gaze remained cold. But strength without discipline destroys everything around it? For a moment, the crowd saw something ancient behind the boy's eyes. Something heavy. Then it vanished. Sahelen stepped back. Get him food, he said. Everyone froze. What? He's starving. The workers hesitated. Sahelen's voice hardened. If starvation makes enemies of desperate men, then your real enemy is winter. No one argued after that. Underscore 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 on. Later that night, Myra confronted him. You sounded like a lord. I sounded practical. That's worse. Sahelen almost smiled. Almost. Underscore 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 on. Winter deepened. And so did the rumors. People began speaking quietly about Garrick's son. The blacksmith boy who could outfight soldiers. The child who negotiated trade disputes. The calm-eyed son of Iron Hollow. Most dismissed the stories. Others paid attention. Especially nobles. And nobles noticing you was rarely a good thing. Underscore 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 on. Far south of the Northern Territories. Inside a candlelit chamber. A nobleman read a report carefully. Interesting, he murmured. A blacksmith's son. A servant bowed. Yes, my lord. The noble tapped the parchment thoughtfully. Exceptional intelligence. Unusual combat ability. Rapid influence among local workers. The servant remained silent. The noble smiled faintly. Keep watching him. Outside the manor windows. Snow continued falling across the kingdom. quiet, cold, relentless. And somewhere far north, a boy who once destroyed kingdoms unknowingly began stepping toward the center of one. Spring arrived like a wounded thing. The snow melted unevenly across the north, revealing dead grass, broken fences, and roads scarred by winter wagons. The rivers swelled with gray water from the mountains, carrying branches, animal carcasses, and occasionally bodies no one spoke about. Winter had passed, but its consequences remained. And consequences, Sahelen knew, lasted longer than seasons. Underscore 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 on. Iron Hollow survived better than most settlements. Not because they were rich, because they adapted early. The trade network Sahelen suggested during winter had worked beyond expectation. Villages exchanged timber for ore, livestock for tools, labor for grain transport. No one became prosperous, but they endured. In the north, endurance itself was a kind of victory. Still, success attracted attention. Tax officials arrived first. Underscore 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 on. They came beneath the banner of House Vermont, the regional lords overseeing much of the northern territories. 6 mounted retainers accompanied a thin man wrapped in expensive fur-lined robes unsuitable for actual cold. Administrator Peldon. Soft hands. Sharp eyes. The kind of man who had never carried steel himself but understood exactly how dangerous armed men could become. Sahelen disliked him immediately. Underscore 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 on. The village gathered near the square as records were inspected. Grain reserves. Forge production. Trade exchanges. Population increases. Peldon read every ledger carefully while scribes copied notes beside him. "This is unusual growth," he remarked. Garrick answered calmly. "We managed well during winter." "So it seems." Peldon's gaze shifted toward repaired roads, active workshops, organized supply carts. Too organized. That was the problem. Feudal systems tolerated productivity. They feared independence. Underscore 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 on. Interesting that a small settlement developed such efficient coordination without noble oversight. The statement sounded casual. It was not. Sahelen recognized political probing immediately. Garrick did too. "We simply cooperated with neighboring villages." Peldon smiled politely, but his eyes remained calculating. Underscore 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 on. Then his attention shifted directly toward Sahelen. "And this must be your son." Sahelen bowed properly. Not too deep. Not disrespectful. Measured. Peldon studied him carefully. "Your reputation travels surprisingly far for one so young." Sahelen remained silent. Never answer fishing hooks voluntarily. A lesson from his previous life. Peldon continued smiling. "I hear you possess uncommon education." "Only village learning, sir." The administrator clearly did not believe that. But proving suspicion and possessing evidence were different things. Politics depended on that distinction. underscore 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 on. That evening, Garrick spoke privately with Sahelen behind the forge. You handled yourself well. He's dangerous. Yes. The blacksmith crossed his arms. You noticed? He doesn't care whether the rumors are true. Sahelen's eyes narrowed slightly. He cares whether they're useful. Garrick stared quietly for a moment. Then sighed. You're 13. Sahelen gave no answer. Because sometimes even he forgot. Underscore 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 on. Heldon remained in Iron Hollow for 4 more days. Long enough to inspect everything. Long enough to ask questions. Long enough to unsettle everyone. Then he left. But not before delivering a final message. House Vermont intends to sponsor talented youths this year. The administrator's gaze rested briefly on Sahelen. Promising children may be invited to study under noble patronage. The square grew silent. For northern commoners, such offers bordered on fantasy. Education. Military advancement. Political opportunity. But Sahelen knew better. Nobles never invested without expecting returns. Underscore 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 on. That night, Myra looked worried. You're not considering it, are you? Sahelen sat near the forge fire quietly. Yes. She stared at him. You hate nobles. I hate foolish nobles. That doesn't answer me. No, he admitted calmly. It doesn't. Underscore 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 on. Later, alone outside, Sahelen practiced beneath moonlight. No armor. No heavy strikes. Only movement. The damp spring air clung to his skin as his wooden sword cut through darkness in slow arcs. One step. Turn. Redirect. Breathe. Again. 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 He trained until movement stopped being thought. Until instinct replaced effort. His style continued evolving. Not toward overwhelming offense like his first life. Toward control. Efficiency. A sword designed to survive battle after battle. Not dominate a single one. Underscore 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 on. But his body was changing too slowly. That frustrated him. In his previous life, power came brutally fast because survival demanded it. Here, he was restrained by age. Bones still growing. Muscles not fully developed. Even his mana pathways remained immature. Pushing too hard now could cripple future growth permanently. So he endured patience. A thing he once considered weakness. Underscore 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 on. Your breathing is uneven. Sahelen stopped instantly. Edrin stood near the fence watching quietly. The old knight approached slowly. You compensate during turns. Sahelen frowned slightly. I know. No, Edrin replied calmly. You know after the mistake happens. That irritated him. Because it was true. Edrin stepped beside him. Again. They trained until dawn. Underscore 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 on. Unlike Sahelan's old masters, Edrin did not teach through domination. He taught through repetition, correction, understanding. It was slower, but deeper. And gradually, Sahelan realized something uncomfortable. He respected the old knight. Not for strength. For discipline. For consistency. For surviving without becoming cruel. That, perhaps, was rarer than talent. Underscore 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 on. Weeks later, the Northern military held seasonal examinations in Dunmare, the nearest fortified town. Young men traveled there seeking positions as guards, soldiers, or squires. Edrin insisted they attend. You need experience outside Iron Hollow. Myra disliked the idea immediately. Those examinations are violent. They're controlled. They involve nobles. That too. Her glare sharpened. Edrin ignored it completely. Underscore 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 on. The journey to Dunmare took 2 days. Sahelan spent most of it observing roads, caravans, and military patrols. The kingdom was changing. Bandit activity increasing. More displaced refugees moving northward. Merchants hiring private guards in larger numbers. Trade instability. Food tensions. Weak border enforcement. To ordinary people, these looked like separate problems. To Sahelan, they looked like the beginning of political fracture. Kingdoms rarely collapsed suddenly. They rotted first. Underscore 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 on. Dunmare itself impressed him. Massive stone walls. Iron reinforced gates. Organized patrol routes. Functional infrastructure. Not beautiful. Practical. A military town. And crowded. Hundreds of applicants filled the outer training grounds. Farm boys. Minor nobles. Mercenary sons. Hungry young men hoping skill might change their futures. Sahelan immediately noticed something important. Most had never experienced real combat. Their stances revealed it. Too rigid. Too eager. Too proud of strength they had never tested. Dangerous. But inexperienced. Underscore 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 on. Don't stand out unnecessarily, Edrin warned quietly. Sahelan almost laughed. At this point, standing out seemed unavoidable. Underscore 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 on. The examinations began simply. Strength tests. Endurance runs. Weapon demonstrations. Most competitors treated them like spectacles. Showing off. Seeking attention. Sahelan did the opposite. Efficient movements. Minimal energy. No wasted aggression. He passed each stage without difficulty. But without spectacle. That alone drew attention. Experienced fighters always noticed efficiency. underscore 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 on. By the fourth round, only 30 participants remained. Real combat evaluations began. Wooden weapons. Controlled sparring. First blood or surrender. The atmosphere changed immediately. Nervous excitement vanished. Fear appeared. Good. Fear made people honest. Underscore 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 on. Sahelan's first opponent was older. Larger. Confident. A local guardsman apprentice wielding a long sword aggressively. The crowd expected a short match. They were correct. Just not in the way expected. The older boy attacked first. Fast overhead strike. Strong. Predictable. Sahelan stepped diagonally. Not backward. Never backward unnecessarily. Wood collided once. A twist. Balance broken. Then Sahelan's practice blade rested against the opponent's throat. Silence. The entire exchange lasted less than 3 seconds. No flashy movements. No dramatic finish. Just complete control. The judges stared carefully. Because what they witnessed was not talent. It was refinement. And refinement at 13 years old was deeply unsettling. The silence after the match lingered longer than the strike itself. Not because Sahelan had won. Because of how little effort it appeared to require. The guardsman apprentice stepped back slowly, face flushed with humiliation. He was older, stronger, broader through the shoulders. Yet he had never truly threatened a younger boy. That disturbed people. Skill gaps were understandable. Experience gaps were understandable. But this felt different. Like watching someone solve a problem before it fully appeared. Underscore 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 on. One of the judges leaned forward slightly. Name. Sahelan of Iron Hollow. No family title. No, sir. The judge exchanged a glance with another official. That made the victory even stranger. Underscore 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 on. Edrin watched from the sidelines with crossed arms. He did not look proud. He looked concerned. Sahelan was adapting too quickly to public combat. Too comfortable under pressure. Most young fighters became emotional in front of crowds. Excited. Fearful. Prideful. Sahelan became colder. Sharper. As if battle narrowed the world into something simpler. Edrin had seen that before. In veterans. Not children. Underscore 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 on. The next rounds became more difficult. Not because the opponents were skilled. Because they started approaching him cautiously. Rumors spread fast through the grounds. The blacksmith's son. The calm-eyed northern boy. The one who moved like an old swordsman. By the 6th match, people were studying him before stepping onto the field. That was dangerous. The more attention he attracted, the more questions followed. Underscore 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 on. His third opponent attempted to overwhelm him aggressively. Dual short blades. Fast footwork. Wild pressure. The crowd reacted immediately to the flashy style. Sahelen did not. He observed patterns. Weight distribution. Breathing rhythm. Dominant side. The fighter favored his left during transitions. Slightly. Enough. Sahelen waited. 1 exchange. 2. 3. Then. Tap. His wooden blade struck the opponent's wrist precisely. One short blade flew free. A second strike followed instantly against the chest. Match over. Again. Efficient. Controlled. Mercilessly clean. Underscore 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 on. By evening, only 8 competitors remained. The atmosphere around the training grounds shifted completely. Nobles watched from elevated platforms now. Military officers observed quietly. Servants carried wine while discussing names and prospects. Politics had entered the arena, which meant danger had truly begun. Underscore 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 on. Sahelen sat beneath a wooden awning drinking water when someone approached. You fight strangely. The voice belonged to a girl around his age. Maybe 14. Dark blue cloak. Practical boots. No jewelry. But her posture immediately revealed noble upbringing. Straight-backed. Controlled. Educated. And armed. A thin sword rested at her hip. Not decorative. Used. Sahelen looked at her calmly. You've been watching closely. You noticed. You walked too quietly for a civilian. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. Interesting. Underscore 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 on. She sat across from him without invitation. Lysa, Vermont. There it was. Nobility. And not minor nobility either. House Vermont ruled much of the Northern Territories. Which meant this conversation was already dangerous. Sahelen bowed his head slightly. Sahelen. I know. Of course she did. Underscore 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 on. Lysa studied him openly. Not flirtatiously. Analytically. You don't fight like Northern militia. I was taught well. By who? An old soldier. MM. She clearly wanted more. Sahelen offered nothing. That seemed to amuse her slightly. Underscore 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 on. You know, she said casually, my father believes talented commoners are useful investments. And what do you believe? Her eyes sharpened faintly. Interesting question. Useful people are valuable regardless of birth. Diplomatic answer. Well trained. Sahelen noticed immediately. This girl had been raised around politics. Not sheltered from them. Underscore 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 on. And you? She asked. What do you believe? Sahelen looked toward the crowded training grounds. At the moment. Yes. I believe most people mistake noise for strength. A small silence followed. Then, unexpectedly, Lysa laughed. Not politely. Genuinely. You really are strange. Yes. This time he almost smiled. Underscore 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 on. Their conversation ended when the next matches were announced. But as she stood, Lysa paused. You're hiding something. Sahelen said nothing. She looked directly into his eyes. And whatever it is. For the first time, uncertainty touched her voice. It's heavy. Then she walked away. Underscore 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 on. Sahelen remained still long after. Because she was perceptive. Far more perceptive than most nobles he remembered. That could become troublesome later. Or useful. Possibly both. Underscore 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 on. The semi-final match drew a larger crowd. His opponent this time was different. Not talented. Experienced. A 17-year-old mercenary recruit named Boric. Scarred knuckles. Broken nose healed badly. Eyes that had seen real hunger. Finally. Someone dangerous. Underscore 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 on. The moment they crossed wooden swords, Sahelen understood. This boy had fought outside training grounds before. No hesitation. No wasted motion. Practical violence. Good. Sahelen's pulse steadied slightly. For the first time all day. He needed focus. Underscore 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 on. Boric attacked low immediately. A real battlefield opening designed to cripple movement. Sahelen redirected narrowly. The impact traveled sharply through his arms. Strong. Very strong. The second strike came instantly. Then the third. No pauses. No flashy technique. Relentless pressure. The crowd became silent as the exchanges accelerated. Wood cracked against wood repeatedly. Neither side gaining advantage. Underscore 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 on. Then Boric changed rhythm suddenly. A feint. Good one. Sahelen avoided the trap by inches. The practice blade grazed his shoulder hard enough to sting. The mercenary recruit grinned. There you are. Interesting. He had been testing reactions. Not bad. Underscore 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 on. For the first time in months, Sahelen felt excitement. Not arrogance. Not bloodlust. Challenge. A real one. And dangerous emotions followed closely behind it. His old instincts whispered softly. End it faster. Break him. Dominate the exchange completely. The old him would have crushed this opponent brutally to establish fear immediately. That instinct still existed inside him. Waiting. Hungry. Underscore 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 on. Boric lunged again. This time, Sahelen almost responded incorrectly. Too aggressively. Too violently. His body shifted toward a killing counter before he stopped himself mid-motion. The adjustment slowed him half a heartbeat. Enough. Crack. The wooden sword slammed into his ribs. Pain exploded through his side. The crowd gasped. Boric immediately pressed forward. Smart. Never give wounded opponents time. Underscore 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 on. Sahelen retreated 3 steps. Breathing controlled. Pain manageable. But internally, he felt cold realization settling in. His greatest enemy was not weakness. It was habit. The instincts from his first life remained buried beneath everything. And under pressure, they resurfaced. Underscore 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 on. Boric attacked again. Sahelen exhaled slowly. Then changed. Not stronger. Calmer. His footwork tightened. His breathing slowed. His sword movements became smaller. Cleaner. The crowd struggled to understand what changed. Experienced fighters noticed immediately. He stopped trying to win quickly. And became terrifyingly difficult to hit. Underscore 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 on. Boric's attacks gradually lost effectiveness. Every strike redirected slightly off angle. Every movement disrupted subtly. Tiny inefficiencies accumulated. Fatigue followed. Then frustration. Then mistakes. Sahelen waited patiently through all of it. Like water eroding stone. Underscore 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 on. Finally, Boric overcommitted during a heavy diagonal strike. Only slightly. But enough. Sahelen stepped inside the attack. One rotation. A precise strike against the wrist. The practice sword fell. A second strike stopped against Boric's throat. Silence. Then the judges called the match. Underscore 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 on. The crowd erupted. Not wildly. Uneasily. Because they had just watched something they did not fully understand. A 13-year-old defeating older fighters through pure technical superiority. No tricks. No brute force. No magic. Only mastery. And mastery frightened people more than talent ever could. Underscore 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 on. Boric stared at him for several seconds before speaking quietly. How long have you trained? Sahelen answered honestly. My whole life. The mercenary recruit laughed once. Tired. Disbelieving. Yeah, he muttered. I figured. underscore 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 on. From the noble platform above, Administrator Peldon watched carefully beside several northern lords. No family lineage, one noble murmured. None recorded, Peldon replied. Another lord frowned. That level of refinement cannot appear naturally. Peldon's expression remained thoughtful. Precisely why he interests me. Night settled over Dunmere beneath cold torchlight and distant rain. The tournament grounds slowly emptied as spectators drifted toward taverns, barracks, and noble guest houses. Excited conversations echoed through the streets. Everyone spoke about the same thing. The blacksmith's son. Some praised him. Others distrusted him. A few feared him already. Sahelan ignored all of it. He sat alone near the barracks roof overlooking the fortress walls, one knee raised, practice sword resting across his lap. His ribs still hurt from Borik's strike. Good. Pain reminded him he was still human. Underscore 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 on. You're bleeding through the wrapping. Sahelan glanced sideways. Lysa Vermont climbed onto the roof with surprising ease for a noble woman. You move quietly for someone wearing boots like that, he observed. You notice too much. Yes. She sat beside him without ceremony. Below them, Dunmere glowed with scattered firelight and moving patrol lanterns. For a while, neither spoke. Underscore 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 on. Finally, Lysa broke the silence. You nearly lost control today. Sahelan's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Most people only saw the victory. She noticed the moment. What makes you think that? You changed after taking the hit. That's normal. No. Her voice remained calm. Your sword changed. She mimicked the motion with her fingers. Before, you were trying to dominate the exchange. Then. Afterward, you fought like someone suppressing something. Silence lingered. Sahelan looked back toward the distant walls. This girl was dangerous. Not because she was strong. Because she observed honestly. Underscore 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 on. You analyze people often, he asked. I have to. Noble politics. A survival habit. That answer sounded more sincere than expected. Underscore 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 on. After a moment, she asked quietly. Who taught you to fight? Sahelan thought carefully before answering. Someone who believed weakness deserved death. Lysa studied him. And you? I believed him once. The wind moved softly across the rooftop. Far below, drunken laughter echoed through the streets. For a brief moment, Sahelan remembered another rooftop from another life. A city burning beneath crimson skies. The memory vanished as quickly as it came. Underscore 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 on. You speak like an old man sometimes, Lysa murmured. Sahelan almost laughed. If only she knew. Underscore 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 on. The final match would happen tomorrow. Neither mentioned it directly, because both already understood something important. Winning the tournament no longer mattered. Attention did. And Sahelen had already attracted far too much of it. Underscore 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 on. The next morning, rain covered Dunmere in grey mist. Mud filled the training grounds. Spectators crowded beneath awnings and covered balconies while soldiers maintained the arena. The final opponent waited near the center. A young noble. Tall. Lean. Silver-trimmed training coat. Refined posture. Knight lineage, most likely. His name was Roland Varick. Second son of a minor military house. Unlike the others, he watched Sahelen with complete seriousness. No arrogance. Good. That made him more dangerous. Underscore 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 on. Edrin approached quietly before the match. Don't win carelessly. Sahelen looked at him. That's difficult advice. I mean it? The old knight's expression hardened. People tolerate talent. His eyes shifted briefly toward the noble stands. They fear anomalies. Sahelen understood immediately. Too much dominance would create enemies faster than opportunities. Politics again. Always politics. Underscore 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 on. The match began under steady rainfall. Roland drew first. Not recklessly. A disciplined middle stance. Military academy trained. Sahelen mirrored calmly. Then. Movement. Fast. Much faster than previous opponents. Roland's blade cut through rain in a sharp thrust aimed directly for center mass. Sahelen redirected. Barely. The impact traveled violently through the wooden practice swords. Strong. Refined. And technically excellent. Finally. Someone properly trained. Underscore 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 on. The exchange accelerated immediately. No wasted motions. No crowd-pleasing attacks. Both fighters tested angles, distance, timing. Rainwater sprayed beneath shifting footwork. Wood cracked repeatedly. The audience grew silent. Because unlike previous matches, this looked real. Underscore 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 on. Roland attacked with textbook precision. Every strike linked cleanly into the next. No openings. No emotional mistakes. Years of formal training visible in every motion. But Sahelen noticed something else too. Predictability. Not obvious, but present. Roland fought according to doctrine. Excellent doctrine. Still doctrine. Underscore 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 on. 3 minutes passed. Then 5. Neither landed decisive hits. The crowd became restless. They could not understand what made the fight extraordinary. Experienced fighters understood perfectly. This was not a contest of strength. It was a contest of understanding. Underscore 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 on. Then Roland adapted. Interesting. Mid-exchange, he abandoned academy rhythm completely and shifted into irregular attack patterns. A risk. But intelligent. Sahelan's eyes sharpened slightly. The noble boy wasn't merely disciplined. He could think under pressure. Rare. Very rare. Underscore 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 on. Roland pressed aggressively. A diagonal strike. Feint. Low sweep. Recovery thrust. Sahelan retreated narrowly through each movement. Mud slowed footing. Rain obscured vision. The environment itself became part of the battle now. Good. Battlefields were never clean. Underscore 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 on. Suddenly, Roland spoke during the exchange. You fight like someone who's killed before. The statement nearly froze the air between them. Sahelan redirected another strike calmly. You don't. No. Roland's blade flashed again. But my brother did. A dangerous opponent indeed. Perceptive. Underscore 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 on. Their swords collided hard enough to splinter wood fibers. Then, for the first time, Sahelan used mana intentionally in combat. Barely. A microscopic reinforcement through his legs. Enough to alter balance. Nothing visible. Nothing detectable to ordinary observers. But enough. His body shifted half a step faster than expected. Roland's eyes widened. Too late. Underscore 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 on. Sahelan entered inside the noble's guard instantly. Wood struck wrist. Elbow. Chest. 3 precise impacts in less than a breath. Roland stumbled backward. Disarmed. Sahelan's practice sword stopped against his throat. Silence. Rain continued falling softly across the arena. Underscore 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 on. The judges hesitated before declaring the result. Because they had not fully seen what happened. Only the outcome. And outcomes frightened people when causes remained unclear. Underscore 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 on. Winner, the judge announced slowly. Sahelan of Iron Hollow. The crowd erupted. This time louder. But underneath the excitement existed something else now. Recognition. People understood they had witnessed someone unusual. Maybe dangerous. Maybe important. Possibly both. underscore 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 on. Roland looked at Sahelen quietly for several seconds. Then he bowed properly. Not forced. Respectful. You hit your true level the entire tournament. Sahelen returned the bow. So did you. A faint smile appeared on the noble youth's face. Fair enough. Underscore 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 on. Above the arena, Administrator Peldon watched with narrowed eyes. Did you see that movement? One noble asked quietly. Barely. Peldon remained silent. But internally, his interest deepened sharply. Because for a single instant, the blacksmith's son moved like a trained battlefield killer. And children did not learn such things naturally. Underscore 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 on. That evening, invitations began arriving. Minor houses requesting meetings. Military officers offering recommendations. Merchants expressing interest. Doors were opening. Dangerous doors. Underscore 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 on. Back in the quiet barracks room, Edrin closed the final letter and sighed heavily. You've become a problem. Sahelen sat near the window calmly. I noticed. The old knight looked directly at him. No. His voice lowered. You don't understand yet. Outside, thunder rolled across Dunmere's walls. And far away in the capital, a sealed report bearing Sahelen's name had already begun moving through noble hands. The rain did not stop for 3 days. Dunmere became a city of mud, smoke, and whispers. Soldiers tracked dirt through taverns. Merchants argued beneath dripping awnings. Nobles remained hidden inside heated manors while servants carried messages through the storm. And everywhere, people spoke about Sahelen. The blacksmith's son who defeated trained nobles. The northern boy with the eyes of a veteran. Rumors distorted quickly. Some claimed he used forbidden magic. Others swore he was secretly the bastard child of a knightly house. A drunk mercenary insisted he fought like an old battlefield ghost wearing a child's body. That rumor bothered Sahelen most. Because it was closest to the truth. Underscore 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 on. Inside the barracks room, Edrin tossed another invitation onto the table. House Marrow. Minor northern nobility. Military ties. Not important enough to matter. Not weak enough to ignore. They want to sponsor your education, Edrin muttered. Sahelen barely glanced at the parchment. They want ownership. Yes. Sponsorship in the kingdom rarely meant charity. A talented commoner accepted training, resources, status. And in exchange became politically tied to the house forever. Useful. Disposable. Controllable. At least, that was the intention. Underscore 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 on. You need to choose carefully, Edrin warned. Or not at all. That's also a choice. Sahelen leaned back quietly. The problem was not opportunity. The problem was timing. He was still weak. Skilled for his age, yes. But true power? Not even close. A real knight could still kill him. A veteran mage certainly could. And if powerful people became suspicious before he possessed enough strength to protect himself, history would repeat. Different kingdom. Same grave. Underscore 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 on. A knock interrupted the silence. Then another. Impatient. Edrin opened the door halfway and frowned immediately. What do you want? Lysa Vermont ignored him entirely and stepped inside. I need to speak with Sahelen. You're a noblewoman entering a barracks room alone. I noticed. Her eyes shifted towards Sahelen. This is important. Underscore 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 on. Edrin looked deeply unconvinced. But after several seconds, he sighed and left the room. 5 minutes. Lysa waited until the door closed before speaking. You need to leave Dunmere soon. Sahelen studied her carefully. That sounds less like advice and more like warning. It's both. Underscore 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 on. She removed a folded document from inside her cloak and placed it on the table. Official seal. House Vermont. Administrative clearance. Interesting. Sahelen opened it calmly. Then his eyes sharpened slightly. Military inquiry request. Not arrest. Not yet. But close enough. Underscore 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 on. They're investigating your background, Lysa said quietly. Too many people noticed you. Sahelen continued reading silently. Questions regarding education history. Combat training origins. Possible undocumented lineage. Potential magical aptitude. Thorough. Very thorough. Underscore 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 on. Peldon pushed for it, she continued. He thinks you're either hidden nobility or something worse. Worse. A threat. The room grew quiet. Because she said it honestly. No politics. No manipulation. Just truth. Underscore 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 on. Why tell me? Sahelen asked. Lysa hesitated briefly. Then. Because I don't think you're dangerous. That almost made him laugh. If she understood what he truly was. What he had once become. She would never say that. Underscore 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 on. You should be more careful trusting people, he said quietly. I don't trust you. Good. I'm curious about you. That's usually worse. Unexpectedly. She smiled slightly. A real smile this time. Small. Tired. You really do talk like an old man. underscore 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 on. Then her expression became serious again. There's another issue. Sahelen waited. My father wants to meet you personally. That was bad. Very bad. House Vermont ruled most of the North directly beneath the crown. Their influence controlled trade routes, military appointments, taxation, regional law enforcement. A meeting with the Lord himself was not a casual invitation. It was political recognition. And political recognition came with chains. Underscore 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 on. When? Tomorrow night. That's unfortunate. You can refuse. No, Sahelen said calmly. That would be more suspicious. Lysa nodded slowly. She already understood that. Underscore 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 on. After she left, Edrin returned immediately. You're being pulled upward too fast. Sahelen folded the inquiry papers carefully. Yes. The old knight crossed his arms. You know what powerful families do with useful people. Yes. And? Sahelen's gaze drifted toward the rain-streaked window. They'll either try to bind me. His voice remained calm. Or eliminate uncertainty. Silence followed. Because both knew he was correct. Underscore 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 on. That night, Sahelen could not sleep. Not because of fear. Because of memory. Rain tapping against stone reminded him of another storm decades ago. Another noble house. Another invitation. Back then, he had accepted eagerly. Young. Hungry. Proud of his strength. The nobles praised him. Used him. Pointed him toward enemies. And by the time he understood, he had already become a weapon too blood-stained to live normally again. He remembered cities burning. Remembered kneeling in pools of blood too exhausted to stand. Remembered realizing too late that power without purpose only made destruction easier. This life would not become that. No matter what. Underscore 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 on. Before dawn, Sahelen went outside to train. The rain had weakened into mist. The empty practice yard behind the barracks lay silent beneath gray skies. Good. Silence helped him think. He drew the wooden sword slowly. Breathed. Moved. Underscore 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 on. His style had changed again. Subtly. Less direct than before. More adaptive. He no longer pursued perfect defense. He pursued control over chaos. A battlefield philosophy born from painful experience. One step. Turn. Redirect. Economy. Balance. Breathing. Again. 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 Underscore 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 on. Then he sensed someone watching. Not unusual. But this presence felt different. Heavy. Controlled. Sahelen stopped moving immediately. At the edge of the yard stood a man in a dark traveling cloak. Tall. Broad-shouldered. No visible insignia. But dangerous. Every instinct Sahelen possessed recognized it instantly. A real master. Not tournament fighters. Not soldiers. Something beyond that. Underscore 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 on. The stranger observed him quietly for several moments. Then spoke. You learned that footwork on a battlefield. Not a question. Statement. Sahelen remained calm. I learned it surviving. The man's eyes narrowed faintly beneath the hood. Interesting answer. Underscore 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 on. You're too young to move like that. So I've been told. The stranger stepped closer. Rainwater dripped from his cloak edges. No visible weapon. That alone was alarming. Only truly skilled fighters grew comfortable appearing unarmed. Underscore 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 on. Who trained you? Sahelen answered carefully. An old man who hated waste. The stranger stared at him. Long enough for tension to sharpen the air itself. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed softly. Good answer. Underscore 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 on. For the first time, Sahelen noticed something else. Mana. Dense. Controlled. The stranger's presence distorted the surrounding atmosphere slightly, like heat rising from stone. A mage. But not purely a mage. Worse. A bat-lemage. Underscore 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 on. My name is Ser Vial. The title caught Sahelen's attention immediately. Ser. Not lord. Knighted. Likely royal service. Dangerous indeed. Underscore 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 on. I've been watching the tournament, Vial continued calmly. And now I'm curious. His gaze sharpened slightly. Tell me, boy. For the first time, pressure entered the air. Not visible. Felt. Heavy enough that ordinary people would instinctively kneel. Sahelen did not move. Vial noticed. Interesting. Very interesting. Underscore 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 on. What exactly are you? The question hung quietly between them while mist drifted across the training yard. And for a brief moment, Sahelen almost answered honestly. For one dangerous moment, honesty tempted him. Not because he trusted the man. Because he was tired. Tired of pretending every instinct had not been carved through blood and war long before this body had been born. But temptation was weakness. And weakness killed faster than swords ever did. Underscore 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 on. Sahelan lowered his practice blade slowly. A blacksmith's son. Vial studied him in silence. The pressure in the air did not lessen. You answer carefully. I survive carefully. That earned the faintest twitch of amusement from the bat-lemich. Good. But not good enough. Underscore 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 on. You speak like a soldier twice my age, Vial said. And move like someone older than that. Sahelan remained still. The key to surviving powerful people was understanding one simple truth. Most already believed they were smarter than everyone around them. You did not defeat that arrogance directly. You guided it. Underscore 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 on. Vial stepped closer. Let me guess. His eyes sharpened slightly. Old battlefield veteran takes pity on a talented orphan. Teaches him privately. Dies before anyone notices. Reasonable. Convenient. False. But believable enough to survive scrutiny. Sahelan neither confirmed nor denied it. And silence, properly used, was often stronger than lies. Underscore 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 on. Vial circled him slowly. Not threatening. Assessing. Like a commander inspecting a weapon before deciding whether it belonged in the armory or the fire. You have mana sensitivity. Again, not a question. Sahelan answered cautiously. A little. A little. Vial snorted softly. You reinforced your movement during the final match. So he had noticed. Of course he had. That single adjustment might have escaped nobles and soldiers. Not a bat-lemich. Underscore 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 on. You use mana incorrectly, Vial continued. Sahelan's eyes narrowed faintly. Interesting. Explain. Vial smiled slightly at the immediate response. Not defensive. Curious. That alone revealed much. Underscore 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 on. Most warriors force mana through muscle, Vial said. Brute reinforcement. Fast. Simple. Wasteful. He pointed toward Sahelan's stance. You instinctively root it through structure instead. Joints. Balance. Momentum. The battlemag's gaze deepened. That is not natural learning. No. It was not. It came from dying repeatedly until mistakes carved themselves into instinct. Underscore 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 on. You understand efficiency unusually well, Vial said quietly. And efficiency is dangerous. The statement carried weight beyond combat. Sahelan understood immediately. Efficient people changed systems. Kingdoms disliked that. Underscore 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 on. Rain mist drifted through the empty training yard. Finally, Vial sighed. You're fortunate. Why? Because most nobles are too blind to recognize what they're seeing. That was probably true. Unfortunately, the ones who could recognize it were the truly dangerous ones. Like the man standing in front of him. Underscore 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 on. Vial reached inside his cloak and removed a small leather-bound book. Worn edges. No title. He tossed it lightly towards Sahelan. This belonged to someone I knew. Sahelan caught it carefully. The moment his fingers touched the cover, he felt faint mana residue. Old. Subtle. Used frequently. A practitioner's notebook. Underscore 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 on. What is it? A foundation text. For mana circulation. Sahelan looked up sharply. That was not a casual gift. Formal mana training remained restricted in most regions. Nobility controlled magical education carefully because mages altered political balance too easily. Giving such material to a commoner bordered on treason in some territories. You're taking a risk, Sahelan observed. Vial shrugged. I'm old enough to choose my own mistakes. Then his gaze hardened slightly. But understand something. The atmosphere shifted again. Not hostile. Heavy. If I discover you're becoming a threat to this kingdom. For the first time, genuine killing intent brushed the air. Controlled. Cold. Professional. I will kill you personally. No arrogance. No theatrics. Just certainty. Sahelan met his gaze calmly. That seems fair. The Batlemage stared at him. Then unexpectedly laughed. Assured. Genuine sound. You really are strange. So I've heard. Underscore 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 on. Vial turned toward the exit of the yard. Then paused. One more thing. Sahelan waited. Your greatest danger isn't power. The Batlemage looked back over his shoulder. It's isolation. The words struck harder than intended. Because they were true. In his previous life, strength had slowly separated him from humanity itself. Every year made him harder to understand. Harder to approach. Until eventually people stopped seeing a man entirely. Only a weapon. Underscore 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 on. Power without attachment becomes monstrous, Vial said quietly. Remember that. Then he left. Just like that. No dramatic exit. No lingering ceremony. Only fading footsteps disappearing into morning mist. Underscore 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 on. Sahelan remained alone in the training yard for a long time afterward. The small leather book felt heavier than steel in his hands. Not because of danger. Because of possibility. underscore 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 on. Back in the barracks room, Edrin looked alarmed the moment he saw the notebook. Where did you get that? From Sir Vial. The old knight went completely silent. Then. You met Vial. You know him. Edrin stared like he had just heard thunder inside the room. Everyone in Northern Military Service knows him. Interesting. That reaction alone revealed much. Underscore 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 on. What exactly is he? Sahelen asked. Edrin lowered himself slowly into a chair. A survivor. The answer came immediately. No hesitation. That told Sahelen more than titles would have. Underscore 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 on. He served directly under the Crown during the border wars, Edrin explained quietly. That Lemage Corps. Royal Execution Authority. Strategic Operations. Every title sounded worse than the previous one. He disappeared years ago after the war ended. Why? Edrin's expression darkened. Too many people died around him. Silence followed. Sahelen understood that kind of reputation intimately. Underscore 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 on. The old knight looked toward the notebook carefully. If he gave you that willingly. He's curious. No. Edrin shook his head slowly. He's evaluating you. That was true too. Underscore 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 on. Sahelen opened the book carefully. The pages contained handwritten notes rather than formal instruction. Mana pathways. Breathing patterns. Body alignment sketches. Observations about flow efficiency. Corrections. Failures. The writing belonged to someone who learned through experience rather than theory. That made it valuable. Very valuable. Underscore 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 on. Then Sahelen reached a single sentence near the middle of the text. And froze. Mana follows intent before motion. His fingers tightened slightly around a page. Because he recognized those words. Not exactly. But close. Very close. A principle from an ancient combat doctrine that should not exist in this era. Impossible. Unless. No. That made no sense. Underscore 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 on. Something wrong? Edrin asked. Sahelen stared silently at the notebook. Then closed it carefully. Maybe. Outside, the rain finally began to stop. And somewhere far beyond Dunmere, forces older and more dangerous than noble politics had quietly begun moving once again. The meeting with Lord Vermont was held the following evening. Not in a throne room. Not in some grand marble hall designed to impress lesser men. That alone told Sahelen something important. Real power rarely needed spectacle. underscore 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 on. House Vermont's northern estate overlooked Dunmere from a steep ridge above the fortress walls. Built from dark stone and reinforced timber, the manor resembled a military command post more than a noble residence. Functional architecture. Minimal decoration. Heavy guard presence. Sahelen approved instinctively. People who valued practicality were often dangerous in honest ways. Underscore 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 on. He arrived with Edrin shortly after sunset. Rainwater still clung to the roads while torchlight reflected across wet stone paths. Servants guided them through quiet corridors lined with maps, military banners, and records of old campaigns. No excessive luxury. No pointless gold displays. Everything about the estate communicated the same message. House Vermont ruled through stability. Not vanity. That made them far more dangerous than flamboyant nobles. Underscore 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 on. You're analyzing the walls. Lyasa's voice came from ahead. She waited near an archway wearing formal dark blue attire instead of traveling clothes this time. Even dressed as nobility, she carried herself more like an officer than a court lady. The estate prioritizes defense, Sahelen observed. Most guests comment on the paintings. Paintings don't stop assassins. A faint smile tugged at her expression. You really do belong in the north. Underscore 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 on. She led them deeper inside. Along the way, Sahelen noticed subtle things. Hidden guard positions. Narrowed corridor choke points. Reinforced inner doors. A secondary escape route behind decorative shelving. Someone here understood siege defense intimately. Interesting. Underscore 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 on. Finally they entered a private study. Warm firelight. Large oak desk. Bookshelves overflowing with military texts and trade ledgers. And standing beside the window, Lord Ulrich Vermont. Underscore 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 on. The Lord of the North was not what Sahelen expected. Older than anticipated. Gray beginning at the temples. Broad-shouldered despite age. No ceremonial sword. Only a plain military sidearm worn from actual use. But his eyes. Sharp. Exhausted. Dangerous. The eyes of a man who had buried many people. Underscore 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 on. Father, Lyasa said quietly. Ulrich nodded once. Then his attention shifted fully towards Sahelen. And the room suddenly felt heavier. Not through mana. Through presence. Leadership carried its own weight. Underscore 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 on. So, Lord Vermont said calmly. You're the boy causing trouble in my territory. Direct. Good. Sahelen bowed appropriately. I wasn't aware I had caused any trouble, my lord. That answer alone proves otherwise. Interesting. Underscore 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 on. Ulrich gestured toward the chairs. Sit. No servants remained. No political audience. Only Lord Vermont, Lysa, Edrin, and Sahelen. A private evaluation. Far more dangerous than formal court. Underscore 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 on. The Lord poured wine himself instead of delegating. Another observation. Men who handled small tasks personally usually distrusted dependents. I watched your matches, Ulrich said. You fight well. Thank you. But not like a child. There it was. Straight to the point. No dancing around suspicion. Sahelen respected that. Underscore 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 on. You've had unusual training, Ulrich continued. Yes. From who? An old soldier. Name. He's dead. Not technically false. The man Sahelen used to be was dead. Underscore 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 on. Ulrich watched him quietly. The silence stretched deliberately. Pressure tactic. Most people rushed to fill silence with nervous explanations. Sahelen simply waited. Eventually, Lord Vermont leaned back slightly. A test passed. Underscore 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 on. Edrin spoke carefully. The boy is disciplined. That's obvious, Ulrich replied. What concerns me is why. The fire crackled softly between them. Outside, distant thunder rolled beyond Dunmare's walls. Underscore 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 on. Finally, Lord Vermont folded his hands. Do you understand the current state of this kingdom, Sahelen? Unexpected question. Yes. Explain. Sahelen considered carefully. Then answered honestly enough to remain useful. The crown is weakening. No reaction from Ulrich. Good sign. Border conflicts are increasing. Trade routes are unstable. Noble houses compete for influence while pretending loyalty. Military forces are underfunded outside central territories. Refugee movement is worsening regional tensions. Lysa watched him silently. Edrin looked mildly alarmed. Lord Vermont remained expressionless. Sahelen continued. And eventually, one of those fractures will break openly. Silence. Long silence. Underscore 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 on. Then, Lord Vermont laughed softly. Not mockingly. Tiredly. Gods, he muttered. You really are dangerous. Underscore 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 on. Lyasov frowned slightly. Dangerous. Yes. Ulrich looked toward his daughter. Talented fighters are manageable. Talented thinkers become problems. Then his gaze returned to Sahelen. Especially ones who understand systems. Underscore 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 on. Sahelen stayed calm externally. Internally, he agreed completely. The most terrifying people in history were rarely the strongest. They were the ones who understood how societies moved. Underscore 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 on. Lord Vermont stood and walked toward the window overlooking Dunmere below. You know what happens when kingdoms weaken? Yes. Tell me. Strong men gather power. Weak men gather excuses. A brief silence. Then Ulrich nodded slowly. Exactly. Underscore 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 on. For the first time, the noble lord's expression lost its political mask slightly. Weariness showed underneath. Young men in the capital still believe war is glorious. His voice turned colder. They've never seen winter starvation. Never watched villages cannibalize themselves during sieges. Never smelled battlefields after rain. The room remained completely silent now. Because that voice came from memory. Real memory. Underscore 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 on. You've seen violence before too, Ulrich said quietly to Sahelen. Not a question. Sahelen met his gaze steadily. Yes. Another silence followed. Heavy this time. Understanding passing between two people from entirely different lives. Underscore 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 on. Finally, Lord Vermont returned to the table. I'll speak plainly. Good. I could elevate you. There are military academies that would accept my recommendation immediately. Training. Resources. Status. Opportunity. The offer settled into the room like drawn steel. Underscore 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 on. And the price? Sahelen asked calmly. Lyasov blinked slightly. Most commoners would never ask that question directly. Lord Vermont smiled faintly. Service. Loyalty. Political alignment. Honest again. Interesting. Underscore 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 on. And if I refuse? Ulrich's eyes sharpened. Then eventually someone less reasonable than me will notice you. There it was. The true warning. Not threat. Reality. Underscore 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 on. The kingdom did not permit anomalies to exist freely forever. Eventually, every talented individual became absorbed into larger structures or crushed by them. Sahelen knew this better than anyone in the room. Underscore 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 on. Lord Vermont leaned forward slightly. So tell me honestly, Sahelen. For what purpose are you seeking strength? The question struck deeper than expected. Because once, long ago, he would have answered differently. For survival. For domination. For revenge. For proving weakness no longer controlled him. But now he thought of Iron Hollow. Of Myra's tired hands. Garrick teaching workers during winter. Edrin correcting his stance at dawn. Lysa laughing quietly on a rain-soaked rooftop. Small things. Human things. Things he never protected in his first life until it was too late. Underscore 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 on. Sahelen answered slowly. To ensure I never become powerless enough. His voice remained calm. To watch everything important burn again. The room went silent. Not because the answer sounded dramatic. Because it sounded real. Too real. Underscore 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 on. Lord Vermont studied him for a very long time. Then finally, he nodded once. Decision made. I'll sponsor your academy entry. Edrin exhaled quietly. Lysa looked unsurprised. But Ulrich raised one finger. One condition. Sahelen waited. The Northern Lord's eyes hardened. If you ever become the kind of man who threatens this kingdom. The firelight reflected coldly across his gaze. I will personally put you in the ground. Sahelen held his stare evenly. Fair enough. And for the first time that evening, Lord Ulrich Vermont smiled genuinely. The rain did not stop for 11 days. It turned the roads around Dunmire into black rivers of mud. Wagons sank to their axles. Horses broke legs in hidden holes. Twice, bodies floated down from the northern road's mercenaries stripped of boots and coin. The world beyond the valley was beginning to crack. And Rowan Vale noticed it first through numbers. Not rumors. Not speeches. Numbers. Winter accounts were usually simple. Salt. Grain. Lamp oil. Iron nails. But this year the ledgers arriving from nearby villages no longer matched reality. One village reported buying triple the usual amount of dried meat. Another suddenly ordered spearheads despite having no militia. A mining settlement requested medicine for burns and infected cuts, not mining injuries, but blade wounds. Then there were the missing shipments. 3 caravans vanished on the eastern road. No survivors. No wreckage. Just absence. Rowan sat inside the granary office late into the night, studying the records by candlelight while rain tapped against the shutters. He circled dates. Routes. Names. Patterns. Then he leaned back slowly. Someone's preparing for war. Tomash looked up from the stove. You sure? No. That was the frightening part. Nothing was confirmed. Yet everything pointed in one direction. The realm was shifting beneath their feet. A week later, confirmation arrived. Not through royal decree. Through refugees. They came in silence. Families soaked from rain. Children wrapped in grain sacks. Old men carrying rusted tools as weapons. The guards opened the gates reluctantly. Too many mouths meant danger during winter. But Rowan watched carefully from the wall as the first group entered. Farmers. Not beggars. Their hands still showed soil stains. One woman had burn scars across her arm. Another carried a child who would not stop trembling. Captain Bren asked the obvious question. What happened? The answer spread through Dunmire like smoke. The Baron of Kessel is dead. That alone was enough to chill the air. But the rest was worse. 2 noble houses were claiming the territory. Mercenary companies had been hired. Villages between the borders were being stripped for supplies. Anyone resisting disappeared. The kingdom had not officially declared civil conflict. Yet local lords were already sharpening knives. And border regions like Dunmire always suffered first. That night, Rowan climbed the watchtower alone. Rain clouds moved slowly across the mountains. The valley below glimmered with lanterns. For a long while, he said nothing. Then a voice came from behind him. You saw it coming. It was Captain Bren. Rowan shrugged slightly. I saw signs. That's more than most nobles do. Bren leaned against the stone wall beside him. You know what happens if war reaches here? Yes. Starvation first. Then bandits. Then soldiers. Then taxes. Always taxes. Bren laughed once under his breath. You really are too old for your age. Rowan remained quiet. Eventually Bren's expression darkened. I may not be able to keep this place safe forever. The honesty surprised Rowan. Most men in authority lied instinctively. Bren did not. The lord's weak, the captain continued. The council's divided. Half the merchants already plan to flee south if roads stay open. And you? I was born here. Simple answer. Heavy answer. Rowan understood. Some people stayed not because they believed they could win, but because abandoning home felt worse than dying. The next months changed Rowan. Not through sudden power. Through pressure. Real pressure. The kind that reshaped people slowly. Food shortages forced stricter rationing. Rowan reorganized warehouse storage to reduce spoilage by nearly a quarter. When thieves attempted to steal grain, he tracked where they would escape before the guards even moved. When refugees overwhelmed the outer district, he helped design temporary shelters using abandoned lumber yards and drainage canals. He was no hero. But problems came toward him naturally now. And each time, he solved them. People noticed. At first they called him clever. Then dependable. Then something more dangerous. Useful. Meanwhile, his training continued. Every dawn. No exceptions. Even in rain. Even exhausted. Even injured. Especially injured. Master Havor became harsher after hearing of the border conflicts. Strength built in comfort rots in hardship. The old knight began training Rowan with intent now. Not games. Not discipline lessons. Preparation. Wooden blades became weighted steel. Footwork drills turned into endurance marches through mud and freezing water. Havor struck harder. Demanded faster reactions. Punished hesitation instantly. One morning Rowan collapsed after sparring. His arms refused to rise. Mud covered half his face. Havor stood over him. Again. I can't move. That feeling, Havor said quietly, is where real training begins. Rowan forced himself upward. Not because of pride. Not anger. Because he understood the lesson. In stories, people awakened hidden strength during crisis. Reality was uglier. Real strength came from continuing after the body already begged to stop. Again. And again. And again. Until suffering became familiar. Months passed. Then one evening, Havor finally handed Rowan a real sword. Not practice steel. A true weapon. Simple design. Single-handed. Iron crossguard. Leather grip darkened by age. Rowan accepted it carefully. The weight felt different immediately. More dangerous. More honest. Havre watched him closely. Do you know why swords matter? To kill. No. The answer came instantly. A sword matters because it reveals intent. The old knight pointed toward the training yard. With wooden blades, boys chase victory. With steel, they understand consequences. Rowan slowly drew the weapon halfway. The metal reflected torchlight. Cold. Sharp. Real. You are no longer training for sport, Havre said. Remember that. That winter, Rowan killed for the first time. Not in war. Not in glory. In an alley behind a warehouse. A starving man attacked Tomasz with a rusted knife during a grain delivery. Everything happened too quickly. A shove. A scream. Moonlight on steel. Rowan moved before thinking. One step. One turn. One strike. Exactly as Havre taught him. The sword entered beneath the ribs. The man froze. So did Rowan. For a moment, neither moved. Then the attacker collapsed into the mud. Silence followed. Heavy silence. Tomasz stared in horror. The dying man twitched weakly once, then stopped. Rowan stood motionless. His breathing sounded distant. He had imagined this before. Thought he understood it? He did not. The body looked smaller now. Human. Pitiful. Not enemy. Not villain. Just desperate. Rowan suddenly felt cold. Very cold. Later that night, he washed blood from his hands alone at the well. He scrubbed until the skin turned red. Still, he imagined he could smell iron. Havre approached quietly. You hesitated after the strike. Rowan did not look at him. I killed him. Yes. No comfort. No lies. Just truth. He would have killed Tomasz. I know. And Rowan gripped the edge of the stone basin. I thought it would feel different. Havre nodded slowly. That means there's still hope for you. The old knight looked toward the dark town beyond the yard. Men who enjoy first blood become monsters quickly. Rowan finally raised his eyes. What if I become one anyway? Havre was silent for a long time. Then he answered softly. That depends on what you choose after this night. Afterward, something inside Rowan changed. Not dramatically. Not visibly. But the illusion of safety disappeared forever. The world was no longer theory. Steel solved problems. Steel ended lives. And the realm beyond Dunmire was sliding closer to chaos with every passing season. Which meant one truth became impossible to ignore. Sooner or later, Rowan Vale would be dragged into the larger game. Spring arrived late. Snow still clung to the mountain shadows while the lower roads dissolved into wet earth and broken stone. The valley smelled of thawing soil, smoke, and livestock. But beneath the ordinary rhythm of village life, tension tightened quietly. Too many armed travelers. Too many closed-door meetings. Too many people pretending not to notice soldiers moving along distant roads. Dunmire remained untouched by open conflict. For now. Yet everyone could feel the pressure building beyond the hills like a storm waiting to break. And Rowan, more than most, understood what that meant. War did not begin with battle. It began with preparation. By 16, Rowan's body had changed enough that strangers no longer mistook him for younger. Years of labor and disciplined training had stripped away softness. His shoulders broadened. His movements became efficient and controlled. Even when standing still, there was balance in the way he carried himself. Not flashy. Not intimidating. But grounded. Like someone difficult to push over. Havor noticed it first during sparring. The old knight attacked without warning one morning while Rowan hauled water buckets across the yard. A wooden blade cut toward his ribs. Rowan reacted instantly. Bucket dropped. Pivot. Forearm deflection. Step inside. His practice sword struck Havor's wrist before the old man could recover. The exchange lasted barely 2 breaths. Silence followed. Water spread across the dirt. Havor stared at him. Then, slowly, the old knight smiled. Again. For the first time in years, Havor began using techniques instead of brute pressure. Real swordsmanship. Angles. Tempo manipulation. False openings. Control of distance. The old knight moved differently now, less like a trainer and more like the warrior he once was. And Rowan finally understood how wide the gap still remained. He lost constantly. But he no longer lost helplessly. Sometimes he lasted 20 exchanges. Sometimes 30. Once, he even forced Havor backward. That single step backward stayed in Rowan's mind for weeks. Not because of pride. Because it proved improvement was real. Earned skill existed. And that realization became addictive. One evening after training, Havor tossed him a cloth bundle. Inside was a book. Old. Handwritten. Edges worn from use. Rowan carefully opened it. Sword diagrams filled the pages alongside dense notes written in faded ink. He looked up immediately. "You wrote this?" Havor grunted. "During campaigns." Rowan turned another page slowly. The contents were not techniques alone. There were observations. Lessons. Mistakes. How fear affected breathing. Why exhausted soldiers overcommitted to downward strikes. How muddy terrain altered foot positioning. How inexperienced fighters stared at weapons instead of shoulders. It was not a manual. It was accumulated experience. Years of survival condensed into pages. "You're giving this to me. You read more than anyone I've met. May as well make use of it." Rowan understood the deeper meaning instantly. This was trust. Not easily given by men like Havor. He closed the book carefully. "I'll return it." "No," Havor said quietly. "You won't." That answer lingered with Rowan long after. Not because it sounded ominous. Because it sounded final. As though Havor already knew their paths would eventually separate. Meanwhile, Dunmire itself continued changing. The refugees never truly stopped coming. Temporary camps became permanent districts. New accents filled the markets. Old resentments formed. Locals blamed outsiders for rising food prices. Refugees blamed locals for hoarding. Merchants exploited both. Lord Evermont responded poorly. Taxes increased. Road patrols weakened. Small crimes became common. Then organized theft appeared. Grain disappeared from warehouses. Supply wagons were ambushed near the forest roads. Twice, guards were found dead. Captain Bran became increasingly exhausted. One night he summoned Rowan privately. "You understand logistics better than half the council," Bran admitted. "Tell me honestly. How bad is it?" Rowan studied the maps spread across the table. Supply markers. Road routes. Storehouses. Then he answered carefully. "If trade from the southern roads stops, Dunmire has enough grain for maybe 4 months." Bran cursed quietly. "And after that?" "Starvation." The captain rubbed his face tiredly. "There's talk of hiring mercenaries." "That would make things worse." "I know. Mercenaries protected coin, not people. And hungry mercenaries became bandits faster than most nobles admitted." Bran leaned back heavily. "You should leave if things worsen." Rowan blinked. The words surprised him. "You're telling me to run?" "I'm telling you you're too valuable to die in a collapsing valley." Rowan looked away slightly. For the first time in years, he realized others had begun seeing him differently. Not as a child. Not merely as a worker. But as someone with potential. Useful potential. Dangerous potential. That same week, Rowan met Lucien Ardent again. The noble boy had changed dramatically. Taller now. Sharper features. Expensive dueling clothes instead of childish finery. And unlike before, Lucien carried himself with obvious training. Not enough to impress Havre, but enough to reveal serious education. Their reunion happened during a merchant inspection near the square. Lucien recognized Rowan immediately. The warehouse rat. Rowan raised an eyebrow. The spoiled peacock. For one dangerous second, silence hung between them. Then Lucien laughed. Actually laughed. You've gotten bolder. You've gotten less annoying. That's debatable. Yet beneath the exchange, Rowan sensed something important. Lucien no longer viewed him as beneath notice. There was evaluation in the noble's eyes now. Careful observation. Like a player identifying another piece on the board. Later, Lucien approached him privately near the stables. You can fight now, the noble stated. Rowan did not react. Lucien smirked slightly. You hide it well. Most people wouldn't notice. But you did. My fencing tutors taught awareness. The noble crossed his arms. You move like someone trained for practical combat. Not militia drills. Rowan remained cautious. What do you want? Lucien studied him for several seconds. Then. There's going to be war. Straight to the point. Rowan said nothing. My family supports House Verdun, Lucien continued quietly. Other nobles back House Kessel's claim. The kingdom pretends neutrality, but everyone's already choosing sides. I'm aware. Then you understand what comes next. Yes. Conscription. Supply seizures. Political purges. Banditry. Refugee waves. Opportunity. Disaster. Lucien's gaze sharpened. When conflict spreads fully, talented people will rise quickly. The implication was obvious. War elevated capable men faster than peace ever could. Rowan disliked how true that sounded. I'm not interested in noble games, he said. Lucien gave a small smile. That's exactly why you'll survive them longer than most. Weeks later, Havre finally allowed Rowan into the old knight's locked storage room. Dust covered everything. Inside were relics of another life. Armor pieces. Campaign banners. Old maps. Letters tied with faded ribbon. And weapons. Many weapons. Some damaged beyond repair. Others maintained with almost religious care. Havre walked slowly through the room. These are memories, he said. Nothing more. But Rowan could hear the lie underneath. For warriors, weapons were never just objects. They carried ghosts. The old knight stopped before a long wooden case. Then opened it. Inside rested a sword unlike the others. Longer. Narrower. Elegant without decoration. The steel itself seemed strangely dark beneath the light. Rowan instinctively understood. This was not ordinary craftsmanship. Havre noticed his expression. That blade was forged in the northern academies before the border kingdoms collapsed. Rowan carefully examined it. The balance looked extraordinary. What makes it special? The man who made it understood intent. Not material. Not sharpness. Intent. Havre placed a hand on the sheath. A sword reflects the hand carrying it. Weak men break themselves chasing mastery. Strong men learn restraint first. The old knight looked at Rowan directly. You're approaching a dangerous age. How so? You're becoming capable enough to matter. Those words settled heavily. Because Rowan knew they were true. Skill without recognition was safe. But once others noticed your value, you became part of the game whether you wished it or not. And beyond Dunmire, the realm was already preparing its next move.